Hello everybody and welcome back to March Mascot Madness. It is day number 5 or part number 5 and we have 8 games of Mascot Madness tournament action for you today. Let me flip the bracket up there for you. That is what we are looking at. This is the first of the round of 32. So that is exciting. We have a couple big matchups in today's Mascot Madness, but let me get you caught up on the brackets and then we'll jump into the exciting matches. So we have Untitled still in first place. They have 18 points. Every pick in round number 1 was worth 1 point. So they got 18 picks correct. They have a score potential of 134. They have 2 teams playing today, Washington and Texas, in this first part of the round of 32. The Bitch and Baylor Baddies are in second place. They have Duke here actually in this first matchup. They have Baylor still in. I think Northwestern got eliminated, but Baylor and Duke, I think, are their 2 big targets left. I said that I was going to do it differently, and then I did it differently. So let's just focus. Bitch and Baylor Baddies, second place, 15 points with a score potential of 137. I'm Going to Win is in third place. They also have 15 points, but the difference is they only have a score potential of 103. So that's where they are sitting. Ryan Sucks is right behind with 13 points of a score potential of 125. Will Win eventually maybe is in 5th place with 13 points, a score potential of 59. Really rough round for them. They lost Gonzaga and Washington State, and I think Oregon State went down, so they're really riding on Arizona here. No Pope OJ is number 1. That is my bracket. I am in last place. I have been in last place the entire time. 12 points, a score potential of 118. So, with that, let's get into today's matchups. Today we have Washington and Duke. This is one of our, 1, 2, 4, 5 key games? I didn't space this correctly. Hang on, let me make this a little easier for my own self to read. Oh, I did that wrong. Hold on. Yeah, 4 key games today. So we have Washington and Duke. That's our first matchup up today. We have a champion pick for Untitled and Washington on the line. We have a final 2 pick for Baylor on the line. The Baylor Baddies on the line in the first game. Then we have a couple games that don't matter, but hopefully will still be interesting if I can click on the correct thing. We have Memphis taking on Ball State. We have Georgia Tech taking on Connecticut. We have Penn State taking on Mississippi State. And then we're going to get into the second half of the bracket where we're leading off with Texas and Syracuse. Texas and Syracuse, a huge game. It's my champion pick taking on a Final Four pick for Untitled. We will then go to New Mexico and Louisville, which is a big game because it is a Final Four pick for I'm Going to Win. And then we'll be doing South Carolina, Oklahoma. I guess if I just moved it over there, that would help. Oh my gosh, look at that. Using the tools they give you. New Mexico taking on Louisville. I talked about that. South Carolina and Oklahoma. And then the last game of the day will be Arizona taking on California. Arizona is a final 2 pick for Will Win eventually. Maybe if they lose that pick, their bracket might actually be toast. They could probably pick up some points here and there with like teams like a South Carolina or an Oklahoma that's like, okay, they got to the Sweet 16, but nothing beyond that. That would eliminate all 4 of their Final 4 teams and could be pretty devastating if that were to happen. So let's jump in to game number 1. I have everything set up the way I want to. Oh, by the way, if you want to watch this live, I'm doing it on twitch.tv/Seannosaurus Rex. If you're catching this VOD the next day, it goes up on Sunday. I will be live doing this at some point in the day. I got off to a slow start today. I wanted to get this started sooner, but I just didn't. But tomorrow, maybe around 2 p.m. Pacific time. Something. I don't know. But let's jump into some Mascot action here. Got to find the right controller because I don't have enough of them. Washington taking on Duke. Washington is traveling all the way across the country. I didn't actually take into account the extra tab and how much it was going to throw me off. Washington is the away team. Duke is the home team. And we'll jump in here. Number 24 taking on number 7. I feel like this was a Mascot matchup way back in like the first Mascot Madness. But I can't remember specifically. I want to say it was. You know what? I wonder if we can look it up. using YouTube Studio. The power of YouTube Studio mobile being better than YouTube Studio on the computer. Because it does a better job capturing everything that Duke. Yeah, it was actually. Boy, didn't do any thumbnails back then, did you, Sean? Duke wins the tip, and they are working up the floor, looking for the first points of the game. Teams who have won the tip have done a very good job at scoring the first points of the game. I want to say it was over 50%. It definitely was better in the top half of the tournament, or more consistent in the top half of the tournament, or the first two parts of the round of 64, and it kind of trailed off a little bit in the back half. But Duke gets us started here with a nice, easy bucket. Washington dancing dangerously near the midcourt line. Oh, stealing the ball away, and they're going to get off to a fast break. But the Huskies with an excellent defensive shift there. They do a really good job to eliminate the easy two. They give up the three-point shot. It's rebounded a couple of times, finally tipped in. And Duke gets it to a 4-point lead. Looking forward to the Texas-Syracuse game. Made sure not to use that as the thumbnail because I keep using Syracuse. A nice little cut inside. Number 5 trying to back him down. Spins the other way. Bouncing off of him. Takes a step, loses the ball, and it's a turnover again for the Huskies. That's one of the weirder animations in the game. Sometimes we see an offensive foul. Sometimes we see a turnover. I think we've even seen a defensive foul here and there. A nice steal by the Huskies. Feels like a big steal early in this game. I don't want to overstate anything. We're only 90 seconds into in-game action, but the Huskies were not looking good. Getting a defensive stop there, that'll help, and turning it into some good offensive points is extra helpful as well. There's that three-point power play. It is splashed home, and the Duke Blue Devils lead by 5. Again, I do still think that turnover is big. Bounce pass inside for the Huskies. Tries to spin the other way. This is kind of where they got the shot off from the last time around. Back out to the perimeter. There were 3 Duke Blue Devils, but the loose ball caught by the Huskies, blocked again. 2 blocks. 1 team. Duke back up the floor. There's a nice shot home for Duke, and they lead by 7. This raucous crowd cheers their team on. Blocked again by the Duke Blue Devils, but the Huskies come up with the loose ball yet again. They're good at that already. The hook shot is up and good. Float pass inside, number 15, a little off the mark, hit the front iron, and the Huskies, they finally get a good defensive stop without the steal, and they step out of bounds on the way up the floor. Those are the key plays that prevent teams like the Huskies from making comebacks. They're going to run that three-point play again. Oh, he was wide open in the corner, drove it, and took the nice easy 2 to push the lead back up to a touchdown. Bounce pass inside. There we go. That's a nice play by Washington. Ooh, another home. Splash home for Duke. Not what we're looking for here. Ooh, I thought that was going to get stolen. I actually thought it got tipped by somebody. and that it might actually get to the Huskies offensive player, but it was stolen away by the Duke Blue Devils. The Blue Devils come up the floor, miss the shot. Washington just needs to keep this within a little bit of, within reach, right? Like, I don't think they can go down by anything wild by like 15 or whatever, but just kind of like you can chip away here. There's another good job by the Huskies getting the ball away from the Duke ball handler. Didn't come up with the turnover there, knocked it out of bounds. They'll reset from the sideline. 2 quick passes inside. The center loses the handle and turns it over to the other center. They're going on the fast break, but smartly chooses to back it up as it was a 1-on-2 in favor of the Duke Blue Devils, but they throw it away in the corner. Oh, Washington is making just the most inconvenient errors early in this game. Instead of being able to cut into this, get into a rhythm offensively, they're giving Duke more opportunities to stretch or like maintain or stretch this lead. Now out to 9. The Huskies running that 3-point play. Wild pass behind the back through at least a Blue Devils cape, maybe 2. Washington finds a nice inside basket. 15-8 here. Back out to number 5 with the 3-point shooting distinction. Good defense there at the rim, but couldn't come up with the loose ball. However, a nice job to get Duke to step on the line, and the baseline bandit strikes early. A little long on the shot, and it bounces back into Duke's hands. Good defensive rebound there. Duke's looked good. Duke's been a team that's looked good on offense, and even when they start to look like a little bit bad, they step it up on the defensive end of the floor, and they're able to turn it into easy, dunkable points. A little full court pressure by the Duke Blue Devils, who lead by 9. 3:27 to go. Rough half for the Huskies. A lot of turnovers for them. They got a couple of takeaways defensively, but between the turnovers and the blocks, I thought that went to the other Blue Devil, and I thought the fast break was on. The turnovers and the blocks have been so big, or takeaways, I should say. The takeaways and blocks by the Blue Devils have been huge. As we see a takeaway the other way, a defensive foul. Washington will go to the line to shoot 2. First free throw is up and good. And the second free throw cuts it back down to 7. So it seemed like Washington was moving between a 5 and a 7-point deficit. Absolutely delectable play right there. Stolen away and jammed home. If I'm Washington, I keep the pressure on. There's a nice 3 for Duke. It's just too easy for them sometimes. With 2 hands in his face, 2 paws. Splashes it home. Defensive foul. Second personal foul for number 15. Second team foul. Looks like he might be staying on the floor, though. We did hear the buzzer. There's a nice play for the Huskies, and they splash it home. They were moving between a 5 and 7-point deficit. Then it kind of ballooned where they were leading or working with a 7 to 9-point deficit. Cut it down to 5. And I think the 2 free throws and then the steal to immediate basket is the key play here for this Huskies team. The steal early with like the 8.5 minutes to go in the quarter, in the half, that's a big deal. To keep it reasonable, but being able to knock down 2 free throws and then come up with 2 extra points, a 4-0 swing where Duke didn't even touch the ball, ginormous. I think sometimes we see teams just throw in like, hey, we'll just run this play and see what happens. There's a 3 for the Huskies. Couple of bricks keeps this at 5. And that's what you're worried about when you look at, the Huskies team. we see it so often in this tournament, in these games, where a team can get down to about this amount, maybe closer, 3. We saw one team close it down to 1 and then just fall apart. If the threes there aren't great, even if you go 1 for 2, you can still cut this down to a 1-possession game with like a shot at the rim. Duke will let it go here. It's going to be up and no good. A couple of good defensive possessions for the Huskies. They have to turn them into points, though. There's a long 3, and they are just going to keep firing from deep. That is 0 for 3 on their last 3 baskets. All of them beyond the arc, and that one well beyond the arc. Almost stolen, but popped into the hands of the Duke Blue Devil. They'll go for 3. They're a little bit short. Center comes up with the rebound. They're going to work it around for that 3-point play again. Number 3, just keep throwing it up there. Eventually it'll drop, and that is what finally happens. It is a 1-possession game, 20-18. Washington's looked a lot better here in the last couple of minutes. Duke's looked a little worrying, I guess, if you have them as a finals pick. I don't think Washington's ever won a game outside of the first round. I can pull that information here in a second. Actually, I can do it right now. The reinstallation of the hard drive, huge, because it means I can run, there's bracket, participants. Oh, Duke's shifting into a full court press. It leads to a turnover on the other side of the floor, though. Quick passes inside. Pretty good defense by the Huskies, but the turnover pushes the lead out to 6. There's the 4-0 run for Duke that helps them push this lead back out. Huskies are going to have to shoot a deep 3 from the logo. Off the front iron, no good. Okay, so let's pull all of these brackets. Reinstalled everything on my computer. Okay, so Duke beat Washington pretty badly in the first tournament. 3 is off the mark. Washington lost to Gonzaga in the second tournament. Washington lost to Michigan State in the third tournament. Oh, Washington beat Miami. Okay, so they did. They have won 1 game in the round of 32. They lost to Kentucky in the most recent tournament. So in the second round, which is what we're looking at here, Washington is 1-4, including a loss to Duke. That is a beautiful pass inside. And the Huskies get to the 20-point mark, 24-20. Duke with a tough shot. The roll doesn't work for him, and a weird jump there by the center. Isn't able to corral the rebound. So it's a loose ball that the Huskies come up with. Almost a steal there. It looked like it was a good timing on that animation, but it doesn't give it to him. Short or mid-range shot drops for the Huskies, and they again cut this lead down to 2. 8:35 to go in the first half, or second half, excuse me. There's a bounce pass inside. Tough finish, and he gets it to go. Duke working with the full court pressuring or pestering. There's a little mid-range jumper, and they'll answer right back. Still a 2-point game. Oh, I gotta make sure to look at the Twitch side of things. Oh, blocked again. That's like the third one that we've seen the Huskies get a hand on, but not able to turn into a turnover. Another tough finish. But that one leads to an easy slam as the offense rebounds it and puts it home. Center is way out there by the perimeter. Thought he was going to cut low, but held off the free throw line. Thought that was going to be a steal. I thought that was another easy steal. Oh, that one's batted. It's stolen by the Duke Blue Devils. I don't think the Washington Huskies did a good enough job getting into position, but it didn't matter because there was enough pressure there to hit it off the rim. The Huskies get the friendly roll, and they drop it back down to its 2-point game. What? Was it 4? Did they not count that basket? Did I read that wrong? Was it 28-24? So the 29:40 mark of this video. I'll mark that down. It's possible that I misread it, but I thought they were already only down 2. There's a 3 for the Huskies. They bury it and they cut the lead to 2. That time for sure. Wrapping it around. The 3 is up. The 3 is short. The Huskies get possession of the ball. Bounce pass inside. I see a defensive foul here. Oh, I guess I should have clipped it. Oh, it also wasn't the 29-minute mark. It was absolutely the 20-minute mark. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and just blame my eyes. What are you? Copy clip to clipboard. Oh, can we look? I'm not sure exactly what it's doing. Oh, it's 1 minute? No, that didn't work. Unless, can I go further back? Can I go further back? We actually have like a really good game here. That one's drained. They're down by 2. Let me mute this audio a little bit. Oh, I wish I had thought of that like about a minute before. Oh, darn it. Part of me now like is a little worried to put the final result down. I guess if Duke wins by more than 2, it's fine. They are currently leading by 4. 35-31, stolen away by the Duke Blue Devils. Under 5 to go here. That's the best spot to try and trap a player to get the over and back. Off the back iron, no good. Put back off. Both irons, no good, but he is fouled on the way up. 35-31. First free throw is good. 36-31. Why did that have to happen in the first game? 3, the hardest way. Make the first free throw, miss the second free throw, get the offensive rebound, and jam it home. 7-point game for the Duke Blue Devils with 4:18 to go. Fall away 2 is blocked. A couple Blue Devils in the way. We'll go back the other way up the floor. Tries to drive inside. Kicks to number 21. Number 4 pump fakes. Gets his defender off his feet. Finds a different defender to take a shot over. Misses it, and the Huskies. A little more life here in this one. This is kind of similar to what they did in the first half, where they weren't able to take advantage of some of the Duke misses. They do a better job that time. Splashing home the 3. The interesting part about that is that they're not using their 3-point specialists. They are also only 4 of 11 from 3. I think this is right where you want to be if you're the Huskies. It's been a bit of a struggle throughout this game, and they bury that no problem. Duke's made 3 more shots on 6 additional attempts. Huskies 14 of 27 from the field. They got backcourted. As I was winding up the words in my brain to spin the gears to come out of my mouth, they stepped out of bounds. Or except on the backcourt. Good opportunity here for the Huskies on defense, but they don't take advantage of it. It is 6-point game. 8-point game, excuse me. I'm having trouble seeing numbers today, apparently. I'm blaming the game. He was almost at the backcourt again. A couple of diving attempts to get the loose ball, but nobody comes up with it. Floated inside. We'll try to throw him into a double team. Kick to the corner. Drives in. It's blocked. As we get a look from the scorer's table, not really sure what that was. Looked like he actually knocked himself out of position, but then came back to get in position. He did create a foul, so maybe not the best defensive effort. Huskies leave the second one short, and they're not able to come up with a 3-point play like Duke did. Instead, Duke goes the other way, drains it, and it's a 9-point game. Duke wasn't the best looking team today, but they did a really nice job defensively, and I think that the Washington Huskies really struggled because they struggled from range. They died by the 3 today. The 3 and turnovers. And they're going to die by the D on that one. That is a terrible play. It looked like they're trying to pick up an offensive foul, but it kind of looked like he just slipped. Whoa! $11-point game. Harry Husky just didn't have enough, and we're going to see a champion pick fall in the first game of the day. I mean, not so fast. Settle down. It was a 9-point lead, but I said it was 11. My eyes and brain are a mess today. That's okay. We're warming up. Maybe should throw a little warm-up, 5-minute warm-up game in there. All commentators don't bother to ever commentate, except for when they have to. Okay, there you go. Nice timeout by Washington as he whips the ball down the floor. Huskies not out of it yet, just down a touchdown. I think a big 3 here, and maybe a big, quick 3. Two is actually not the worst situation. Not getting the rebound is the worst situation. And that will likely do it here for the Huskies. They did give themselves a chance with that double team animation in the corner. Second free throw's no good. That's the second time they've done that. They missed the back end of a 2 free throw try. Well, thankfully, I don't think it really mattered. My camera's a little bit off. Whew. Duke's still playing hard, up 10. And the Huskies throw it away. So we won't even have to worry about that that point potential situation, the potential point situation, because it didn't matter. Get our scoring report ready here. Tipped and deflected. The Huskies fall to 1-5 in the final, or in the round of 32. They fall 49-39. Oops. 49-39. Duke winners in this one. They will move on to the Sweet 16, and they are our first ticket punched to the Sweet 16. I am hoping, by the way, this is a note that I should have probably made at the beginning of the stream or video, was that hopefully this will be streamed Thursday and Saturday, and we'll wrap it up, and we will be moving on to other things. We're over halfway done, and we have our first ticket punch. It'll be obviously the entire Sweet 16 rounded one, and then we'll wrap it up on that Saturday. So 49-39, our final. We will submit the scores as Duke as the winner, and we will move on. As a champion pick is eliminated, it might actually be the first big hit for Untitled, who was oh no, they lost Gonzaga. Never mind. It's not great news for the Bitchin' Baylor Baddies because they have Baylor and Untitled has Baylor as well. So this was a huge win for them. All right. What happened? How did that drops it? Wow, real bad. Okay. Let's exit. 49-39, our final in the first game. We're moving on to game number 2, which is Memphis taking on Ball State. Ball State. That's the Louisville Cardinal, who we get to watch probably kick another team's teeth in later, so that'll be fun for everyone involved, except for me, who will go, do I need to ban them? Probably. The Memphis Tony, the Tigers, are on their way to Ball State for game number 2. If I had to pick today, I would pick the Memphis Tigers because I like that team. I think you can run obviously you can run, what's it called? Oh, you know what I should have done was actually run an ad. Unless it recently ran an ad, which is what it looks like it did. I was actually hoping to run an ad after every game, but I might have the auto ads on. Hey, for ad-free viewing, if you have Twitch Prime, or if you have Amazon Prime, you have Twitch Gaming, Prime Gaming, whatever it's called. You can sub here for free. Ball State wins the tip and gets on the board first. Both tip winners getting off to a good start offensively. Defensively, though, Ball State let that 2 quick passes inside, and Memphis does a good job to draw the foul or force the foul or something. That first free throw is up and good. Memphis cuts the lead in half. The second free throw drops as well. 2-2. 20 seconds in. Check out more spring training baseball tonight as the Mariners take on someone. I'll be recording that video after I finish this one. We're recording Sunday's content today. Out of bounds, it'll stay with the Memphis Tigers over here. The 3 is no good, and Ball State comes away with the steal. Two quick passes inside, flipped it up off the wing, and good. There were 2 Memphis defenders right there, and they just both were at terrible angles. Oh, they had a guy wide open in the corner into the double team. They finally find him, but he's a step inside the line. Benefits him as he's able to splash that 2 home. 6-4. My height. There's a three for Ball State. It's off the left iron. No good. And a rebound for Memphis. They try to push the pace a little bit. This game does seem to struggle a little bit with, like, throwing the ball to a person, like a character on the run. I don't know if that's like a real thing. We don't see a lot of teams really push the pace. Like that. I kind of got it there. There they actually push the pace, as I, of course, say. They don't push the pace, they push the pace. Unfortunately, it leads to no points, and Memphis maintains its 1-point lead, 7-6. The quick passes inside lead to a turnover, but as the Tiger dives out of bounds, he turns the ball back over. But Ball State says, nah, it was fair. You should have had it last time. That was a bad glitch on the game. Memphis dangerously close to them. Backcourt line. Oh, midcourt line. My goodness. Center stuck in that weird animation glitch. Kicks it out. Still working around the perimeter. Bounce pass inside to number 10. There's that double step jump. It'll stay out of bounds Memphis ball, even though he let go of that ball behind the backboard. Again, perfect video game. Never been a better basketball video game ever made in the history of the world. Memphis drains the 2. They're going to foul on the other end. I believe that's a three-point shot. A little tricky to tell with these big Ball State Cardinal feet. It's knocked home. Third free throw up and good. So Ball State drains all 3 free throws, and they have knotted this game up at 9 apiece. The Tigers throw it way up the floor because the game, I guess, got a little confused offensively. It's one weird defensive set that leads to odd plays like that, though they were maybe the most successful with that. Usually they just throw it out of bounds. Driving inside, drawing some contact. No foul called. The shot is missed. Memphis back up the floor. Stolen away by the Ball State Cardinals. Ball State working it around. Oh, put a shoulder in. They're going to call a defensive foul. Absolutely obliterated that Tiger with his shoulder. But it doesn't matter because they are going to go into the line to shoot 2. Ball State retakes the lead. Their last point, 5 points, coming from the free throw strike. Tigers need to slow down here a little bit or make a crispy bounce pass inside. Easy 2. 6:25. First half. Quick passes inside. Flip shot up, and it rattled off the rim several times before it finally found the Tigers' paws. Kicks into the corner. Bounces that one in. Spins around. Blocked. Absolutely annihilated. The entire wing gobbled that ball up and threw it back down in his face. Ball State drive it inside, and they can't get a field goal. They are free throw line or nothing over these last few minutes. The Tigers keep getting free shooters in the corner. And then they find the contested guy because that play wasn't run super well. It's a double screen on the inside that frees up the shooter. And typically what you want to see is a three-point specialist. But the screen was too high, too close to the three-point line, which made it much easier for the Ball State Cardinals to get there to defend. Mid-range jumper is good, and Memphis ties this game back up at 13 as Ball State finally, on their last possession, drains a shot, not on the free throw line. Cut there by number 30. Pretty nice play there. They found the correct guy. He was wide open, just couldn't knock the shot down. Goes out of bounds and stays with Ball State, who misses a couple of shots right at the rim. I like the pass right to under the hoop and just figure it out from there. It's a good job on the offense to get the offensive rebound, but you got to be able to put that back. Second team foul, both of them committed by number 40. And they'll go to the line to shoot two. First free throw up and good. Second free throw hits that right rim, but the glass helps. And it's 15-13. Right back under the hoop. Just a little shot fade to the right. Looked like it took an extra second to get off his hand. Left it a little bit short. There's a beautiful move to the left hand for the finish. Off the glass and in. Both teams, 5 field goals made. Ball State's taking a couple extra shots. Blocked at the rim, and Memphis remains on a bit of a dry streak. There they finally kind of get it. Or dry streak, I should say. I said speak. They're getting into a little bit of a rhythm offensively. That was a nice pass on the move. 2 quick passes inside. The center jams it home. Nice one-handed slam. Great pass. Bad defense. 17-17. Memphis applying a little bit of pressure. I should say light pressure in the backcourt. Float inside to the center. Backing him down. Trying to find a little way around him, but can't. Good defense by the Tigers. And an excellent finish with a nice block. The third, of the day for the Memphis Tigers. 5 already for the Ball State Cardinals. As they find a pretty good look from deep. Pretty sure it's a 3, but the feet can be a little weird at times. There's a Cardinal just running out of bounds the whole way down the floor. Center working around and gobbled up by the Memphis Tiger. Another block on the interior. There's a nice find and a great shot by Memphis. Oh, shoot. I thought I was going to bop the cord and knock the whole thing apart. Good steal by the Memphis Tigers. Ball State's been inconsistent. I think Memphis has been a more consistent team, and the Ball State Cardinals have had some good defensive moments. They have 5 blocks. They have some steals here and there, but their offense has been so hot or cold. They really are relying on that 5-point stretch at the moment to the 5-point stretch where they just got free throws to keep them in the game. It allowed them to tie it, and then they finally got things going offensively. But we just saw another kind of extended dry streak from them as Memphis misses a shot. It finally gets ended with another shot. Maybe I'm giving the Memphis Tigers a little bit too much credit. I don't know how that wasn't a backcourt violation. I think it's just the location of the ball. We have a bit of a sticky situation here. Walks around the screen and fires it. They're going to call that a 3-point play. Is it 19-19? What? Hold on. How did they call that a 3? How in the world was that a 3? It was, though. It was 19-19, and they found it. They got lucky on the backcourt violation without it being called, and then they got stuck in a real weird spot. Defensive foul. Memphis going to the line to shoot 2. I can't believe they called that a 3. That is wild. Off the front iron, no good. Push it forward. It's a nice move by Ball State. I actually kind of like the pull-up shot. Just better defense by the Memphis Tigers to get a paw in the way. Great defense on the other end by Ball State. So we're working with a 23-19 game. Well, it must have only been a 2. I am having a real hard time commentating today. That was a 2. That was definitely a 2-pointer. It was 19-19. 19 plus 2 is 21. I did go to the line to shoot 2 while I was looking at that play. Whew, boy. We're not having a good first half. First game and a half, a little rough here. We're going to foul on a 3-point shot. Memphis can close out this half with a 6-point lead if they knock all of their 6-point lead. Go, good boy. 6-point lead by making all these shots. I need more caffeine. What's going on? We had kids here today, so I feel like my brain's a little mush, a little mushy. Two-point shot by Memphis is no good. Good start for that Ball State defense. Or maybe I got to work on my vernacular here. It's a good state by. It's a good. Oh boy. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. It's a good. Oh, there's a nice find in the corner. He couldn't put it down. Good defensive effort to start the half. That's what I got to work at. I say defensive unit, and I feel like it sounds like I'm talking about a whole set of players, and then I realize it's the same 5 players. It's a nice look at the basket, kind of maybe an unnecessarily fancy hook shot. Almost got the steal. Ball State, though, luckily comes up with a rebound. Cardinals trying to throw it into the interior, but it's smacked out by the Memphis Tigers. Number 3 trying to work his way around. There's a nice bounce pass inside the center. Draws contact, but fights through and knocks the shot down. We didn't get a great replay because we were inside of the head of Mascots. It's a dangerous place that I don't want to be. Memphis leads by 3. Has a bit of a rough start to the half for both offenses continue here, and it's looking a little bit rough as you had the one guy trapped as we see a nice putback jam. He was trying to find a way around the Ball State defender, but just kept running into him. He'd move this way, and then he'd move back this way. He was like, oh, buddy. You all right? It's a bounce pass inside through 2 defenders and knocks it home. 9 points in the first half for number 12. 2 to start the second half. Number 32 kicks to 35. If 35 wasn't quite as far behind the arc, you might have been able to see a pretty good look for 3, but I think even for, maybe especially, not even for, but especially for this day and age, I don't think people were taking 3s from quite that deep. Now I think it would be kind of the norm. (30-25). 7:35 to go in the second half. 5-point game. Under 10 seconds on the shot clock. Trying to find a little bit of room off the screen. A couple of pump fakes. He's going to have to just kind of jack up a shot. If you're the defense, you got to know that shot clock is winding down. Kind of like when the play clock is at the end during a football game and the D linemen know exactly when that ball's going to get snapped to try and get the advantage. 32-25. Memphis starting to take this game over a little bit. It felt like a first half they should have performed better in. They were the more consistent team, and this is why that 5 points for the free throws is so important for Ball State, because they have had really long streaks where they have not been able to make a field goal. Kicks it out. Number 35 tries to find a little bit of room, but nothing. Number 5 to the corner, 23. It's up and it's good. Pushes the lead out to 10. Just going to double check something here. There's a nice steal. Not a ton of turnovers in this game, which is a positive. That does not include blocks, which have been a bigger part of the story. Together, I think both of the stats kind of like help look nice. Where you look at the defensive stops, I guess, like a block or a turnover or something like that. You go, hey, it's like you're in or near double digits for both teams. But both teams have held on to the ball for the most part. They haven't really been throwing like a ton of interceptions or anything. Kicking it inside. Text from the Beeb. Got to be on top of it. Applying. 36-28. It's a good defensive stop by the Ball State Cardinals. I think they're in a similar situation to what we saw in the last game, where I think the Washington Huskies did a good job keeping Duke within reach for most of the game. This was kind of where they fell apart a little bit. Maybe a little bit deeper into the game. I also was having trouble doing math, which is not great. 11s and 9s have always been my weakest additions and subtractions. They don't make sense. A lot of numbers make sense to me, I would say. But 11s and 9s are like, oof, that's real bad. There's a great full court push there by the Ball State Cardinals. But I think the Washington Huskies did a good job making sure that they were within reach for a lot of that game. Ball State in a similar situation. They're down 2 to 3 possessions, depending on if they can get a 3 or not, or 2 threes. We'll just call it 3 possessions to make it nice and easy. That means you just need a couple good defensive stops. That doesn't help. The defense was like right there though. It's a better offensive like play call and execution, but the Ball State defense wasn't too far behind that play. They need a couple good defensive stops, some nice easy buckets inside, maybe 1 3. And then they can maybe start working on the... oof, that doesn't help. I wouldn't qualify that as an easy shot. They're going to need some bounces to go their way, obviously off the rebound. 2 quick passes inside. The foul is called. Third team foul, third personal for number 30. Memphis Tigers splash it home, and they lead by 10. Just when I thought Ball State was going to kind of start getting back into the flow, into the rhythm, they fall apart, and they're just too inconsistent to like reliably pick. But they're not out of it yet. I would say in the next 60 seconds, you probably have to get 6 points. I'd say there's 2. I think you want to probably go between 5 and 7. Take advantage of a miss from Memphis. That was a weird looking 3. It was a deep 3, well short. That one's blocked. Stays down here with Ball State, though. There's a nice find inside. Draw the foul. That'll work. It's where Ball State I would argue, has probably done their best work. They knock down 2. They're down by 7. Oh, they're going to give up way too easy. A basket. That's actually, oh my goodness. I couldn't even get the sentence out of my mouth. That was a dangerous play right at that midcourt line. I thought that was going to be an easy 2. Oh, can they get it on the other end? They can. That's a nice cut to the basket. 5-point game. They are right where I thought they should be at this point. 5 points with about 2 minutes. Just try to match them. Maybe get a +1, +2. Get the nice defensive possession there, and the Memphis Tigers kind of falling apart here toward the end. Ball State, number 12, he's up, but he's a little to the right. .43-36. 1:37 to go. I think you have to try and match what Memphis is doing. If they're getting, oh boy, another foul beyond the arc. It'll go to the line. 4-3. I think you have to try and match what Memphis is doing. Maybe try to steal a 3 on over a 2. And then you can really start to make those that intentional foul game start to work for you. They missed the 3rd free throw, so it cuts down to at least a 5-point game. They come away with some points. The Ball State defense looks a little cluttered there in the middle of the floor. Surprised Memphis wasn't more aggressive to getting it toward the outside, and they just kind of hanging out in that middle part. Oh, into the double team. Memphis doing a good job burning some clock here. They've given up quite a few open shots. I think you would maybe want to take those. You're not up by a ton to where this makes a lot of sense. There's a kick. The 3 is up. It's no good. Now, normally I think that's a good possession. I think they passed up maybe too many quality looks. They're going to lose possession of the ball, but he got it. He's right into the basket, slicing down the lane. That is a huge turn of events right there. That's an interesting call from Memphis. It's going to be an interesting call here from Ball State. How much time do they let waste away? It's going to be about a 5-second difference. Memphis again just burning clock, and then once they hit that about 25-second mark, we'll start seeing the intentional fouling, which is a little unfortunate. I think it's that weird thing where you have to come away. I think you put a full court pressure, try to get a turnover. As soon as they get to the midcourt line, then you start fouling. That might have been just a little too late for them. But we'll see what Memphis can do from the line. They bury the first one. The second one's no good and rebounded by the Ball State Cardinals. That is huge. Because you can match 2 for 2. I think actually you might need to take a 3 here. I think, no, you can take a 2. You'd kind of have to, you'd be relying on them to miss a free throw. Oh, it was the worst possible time for the Cardinals to pick up a block right there. Oh, they had it. They got exactly what they wanted, exactly what they needed. And they couldn't get the job done offensively. So the Memphis Tigers will be moving on here. It's a little too late. And I think maybe the most important piece of all of this is that the game doesn't typically run fast pace enough for them to try and get back into it. But it was a good game. It was a good match, full of mathematical errors and all sorts of junk. 46-40 is your final score. We will indeed verify that the winner is Memphis. Ball State, we'll see you next year. Duke and Memphis is the first matchup of Sweet 16 opponents, and it'll be in Memphis. Kind of the inconvenient thing, I guess. Is there a way? It's probably not a good time to look now, but Georgia Tech Buck Bumble is coming up next. And then we have, Connecticut. The Huskies. Forward. Number 6 and number 11. That's a good matchup here. Settings. Yeah, there's just nowhere to put. What if I switch? If I control one of the teams, does that do anything? No. Settings is just game settings. It's unfortunate. It would be awesome if you could do this, but you could throw throw it on a neutral court. You recently ran an ad. I do have it doing it like automatically. Might be throwing me off a little bit. I think this is one that kind of makes like a little more sense. We submit the winner. I send you to an ad. We get the next matchup kind of going, and then that way. Because I think one of the weirdest things about like Twitch content and the live stream stuff is that like it doesn't. People don't typically install breaks on like a regular basis. Breaks that don't make you miss action. And I'm talking about like commercial breaks. Georgia Tech gets fouled off after the tip, and they miss the first free throw left, though they knock the second one down. And the ultra rare 1-0 lead is happening. I thought that was going to be a really nice pass into the corner, but instead it was an excellent closeout by the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and then they get the baseline Bandits help. And that baseline Bandit, devious. They're going to get fouled yet again. Second personal and second team foul already. 45 seconds into this game, you picked up 2 personal fouls. That is not good. That's what they call bad. Second free throw is no good. Connecticut's going to take a timeout. Okay. All right. This is an absurd first half already. We have 48 seconds off the clock. We have one player who already has 2 personal fouls. We have Georgia Tech who has gone to the line and shot 4 free throws and has made 1 of them. 1 for 4. You're 25% from the free throw line where no one is guarding you. And Connecticut with 1 slam dunk takes the lead 2-1. Connecticut has also burned a timeout. It's a nice find inside. Fights through the contact and up and in. Stolen away. There's a nice shot. Nothing comes of it though. Throwing inside. Backs him down. Spins the other way. Georgia Tech back with that 1-point lead. They fight through some contact. I thought that was going to be a cleaner shot. Yeah, but it wasn't. Bounce passes inside, outside. Worked his way around the perimeter and somehow found room, even though it was very cluttered in that corner. 5-2 now. Slow-moving first half. I thought he was going to maybe cut to the basket there, but it looked like he stopped well short of where he was supposed to go. It's a good adjustment by the ball player, or ball handler. As the three is up but no good. Rebounded offensively. Fights through some contact, and Jonathan finally comes away with the rebound. That's right, the Husky's name is Jonathan. Driving inside. Absolutely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. There's a couple of bounces in the friendly home roll. Helps Connecticut regain that 1-point lead. Was Georgia Tech the team that had just a ridiculous number of blocks? I forget, we looked at one of them. It might not have been them. Where'd they come out of? Miami? No, they beat Michigan State. They crushed my dreams. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Connecticut beat Michigan State. Georgia Tech beat Miami. Actually, Michigan State didn't really crush, or the UConn didn't really crush my dreams. The Michigan State player just running out of bounds for no reason, that crushed my dreams. 3-point lead for Georgia Tech, 9-6. And again, it just doesn't look like this Connecticut offense is running good or crisp offense. We've seen two plays where it looks like the player is supposed to run further into the basket or run past that 3-point line, and they stop like right in the middle. It's a very odd thing to see. There's a deep two for Connecticut. They cut the lead down to 9-8. Driving inside. The two-pointer is up and good. Georgia Tech matching what Connecticut is doing offensively. Spins and fires. Bounce pass inside. Contact at the rim. I'll call a foul on Georgia Tech. First personal, first team. And it's 11-9. Woke up this morning a little worried if I was going to be able to do this or not, because my throat was sore. But thankfully, all good. That feels good. I think I just snored a little too loud last night, a little too hard. I went hard in the snore game, which is apparent. It makes me so worried when I'm like around new people. I'm like, I don't want to sleep near you. I snore a lot, so I've been told. Third team foul. Georgia Tech is working their way for maybe the worst free throw percentage we have ever seen. They are 2 for 6. Usually a good number. You want to hear 2 for 6? Oh man, 2 for $6. Good deal. 2 for 6 from the free throw line. Absolutely horrendous. There's a nice slide. Kick into the corner. Deep 2 is good. Do I text her back? Do I say Arby's? Arby's? I don't really know where she is, though. You know? She showed me the location, but it, like, wasn't helpful. There's a nice fall away 2, or fall aside 2. We're all knotted up at 14, though. Georgia Tech has left 4 points on the free throw line. I'm expecting 100% is maybe a bit ridiculous, but the free throw, you should be terrific chase down block there. Shades of LeBron. Jump step inside to a fall away 2, and Georgia Tech retakes a 2-point lead. I don't know what food places are in relation to where she is at. Georgia Tech taking that all the way to the rim, slamming it home to push the lead to 4. Huge news in the NFL world, by the way. Justin Fields going to the Steelers, going to be backing up, what's his name? Russell Wilson. So the Steelers making big moves. I talked about it a little bit before. It's a good time to talk about it. Black and yellow Steelers colors and these Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets colors. It's going to solidify Caleb Williams as the #1 overall pick. It's going to make sure that the Bears suck for another couple of years. Go Pack, go. But I do believe in Mike Tomlin. I've talked about it before in other videos. I do not like the Pittsburgh Steelers. I've never liked the Pittsburgh Steelers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Mike Tomlin. I actually like him a lot as a coach. Never had a losing season. Unbelievable. You look at some of the pieces he's had, especially over the last couple of years with like the quarterback situation between injuries and like maybe draft picks not living up to potential, whatever, to still field competitive rosters that are winning games. It's like unbelievable. I mean, you look at Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick. Those guys have had losing seasons. They've had bad seasons. Mike Tomlin, no. So it'll be interesting to see. I think you do a year with Russ, see if he can help a young quarterback mature or grow. And you see what he can do. Maybe next year you go, hey, we like what you did. We'd like Fields to sit a little bit longer. Learn from him. Or you just go, hey, thanks for your service, Russell Wilson. Let's go be competitive in the ultra-competitive AFC North. So it'll be interesting. Thanks for listening to my brief NFL talk. I'll probably hit on it a little bit more with NFL 2K3. Though I do have a lot of interesting games in that one, I hope. I marked a bunch of them down as I was prepping for that. Firing it all the way down the floor. Center beats one center. Kind of knocked him out of the way a little bit. Knocked the shot down. 20-18. Approaching the 2-minute warning here in the first half. Doesn't actually exist, but there's 2 really nice defensive plays by the UConn Huskies. Looking for the tie this time down the floor. There it is. That's what you're looking for. That's the play. That's what I thought they were going to do, is keep running it to the basket, flip it up. It's good. And we're all knotted up at 20. Some pretty good offensive numbers from both sides. And UConn gets the lead. A couple of good defensive stops on the other end, leading to points on their side of the floor. And that's what you're looking for. That's stuff that Ball State couldn't do. It's what the Huskies kind of did, but couldn't do when they needed it the most. As it's contested right at the rim. There's a 3 for the Huskies. They get a super friendly home roll. It's a 7-zip run for UConn. Nice pass inside. Shot a little bit short again. Good defensive presence. They work around the perimeter. Shoots through 2 defenders. A little long on the shot. Bounce pass. Opening back around the floor. Kicks to number 1. 2 quick passes inside. Makes a little bit of a move and slams it home. And Georgia Tech finally stops their scoring drought offensively. They cut the lead down to 3. Shot clock is off with 22 seconds to go. Oh, good attempt at the steal there, but just a little off on the timing. A little alley layup off the glass, and hey, the bank is open on this fine Saturday afternoon. 6 assists for the point guard. As the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets aggressive down the floor. They're going to kick from one bad 3 to a worse 3. And that shot is no good. So a good job by UConn to get some points right before the half. Push that lead out to 5. Georgia Tech with a couple nice blocks there. Gets Off to a good start here in half number 2. Into the corner. Bounce pass. Backs him down. Spins around. Blocked. We've had more blocks than even... And points, obviously. 3 blocks already here in this one. Working it around to number 23. Fires away and blocked from right around the free throw line. And again, defense is getting hands on the ball. Maybe the more impressive stat is in the second half there had been, up until that point, there had been as many blocks as shot attempts, which means every single shot attempt was blocked. GT, Gran Turismo, cuts into the lead. It's 27-24. Speaking of Gran Turismo and racing, saw a great reel about double-decker bus racing in the UK. And then I was like, can you drive a double-decker bus or any bus in a Gran Turismo game? I don't think so. I feel like I would know that because I love buses. I wonder if you could look up racing games with a bus. It's probably going to be all like arcade stuff. Fouled on the way to the basket. That'll at least make him go to the hard way. Rattles home, and it's back out to a 5-point lead. I think okay, so that is what you usually see. The defensive pressure changed in the backcourt. For whatever reason, and I don't know why, we're on the hardest difficulty. It should be the highest, smartest teams, right? Highest intellectual teams. Spin off the fingers and rolls in. The teams get confused and they wing it down the floor. Usually there's a defender at the midcourt that gives them some trouble, intercepted pass, whatever. Or sometimes it'll go way too far and they'll just turn the ball over the other way. That's usually more common in the late game scenarios. It's a really delayed shot at the 3 and a nice job to stay inbounds. He got that ball and just halted all momentum before he turned around. Blocked. Turned over. Fast break. Easy 2. Beautiful little finger roll cuts the lead down to 1. 29-28. 2.5 gone here in half number 2 of game number 3. There's a nice 3. Up but no good. Throw inside. Trying to work his way around. Ooh, there's a generous roll. You want to talk about a friendly roll there. Or just a really nice spin on the ball to get down through the nylon. Georgia Tech 6-0 run gives them a 1-point lead. There's a kick to number 23. Moves a little bit to the left on the shot and gets it past the defender. UConn leads by 1. Kick into the corner. All of that was a mess. He tried to go in with the shoulder, lost the ball off his foot. And then when he dove for it, he was already out of bounds. So a turnover to UConn. Finds point guard number 5. Spinning around, kind of stuck in that spot. There's a deep 3 that's a little bit short. Both these teams felt like they gave us their best in the first half. It's been a struggle. It's not like they've been coming up with bad shots or anything. It's been some weird decisions there, but they just haven't been able to drain things. It's been slow offensively. Georgia Tech retakes the lead, and UConn takes it right back. 33-32 now. Nice find in Georgia Tech back out front. See if that Kind of wakes both teams up, gets them into some form of rhythm. He's going to drive inside. A step inside the three-point line is blocked. They'll work with a little bit of defensive peskiness in the backfield, but nothing, the backcourt, nothing too ridiculous. A nice job to get the hand on the ball to jar it loose. They come up with the loose ball. Blocked again inside. That is just an absolute monster in the interior for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Pulls a little mid-range jumper, and it's 35-34. Teams rotating twos, rotating the lead. And it's an exciting game. Blocked on the outside. The perimeter, as it were. And it looked like UConn did something. Out of bounds. Georgia Tech ball. It's finally turned over. UConn got a hand on the ball several times. Finally got the turnover they were looking for. There's a swing to the outside. A three is drained. And the Huskies extend their lead instead of just taking the lead back by one. Now they're up by 4. Two bounce passes inside. Good job to fight through the contact to get the shot up. Good job by the UConn Huskies to not commit another foul. However, if you had fouled the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, you probably would have gotten the same result. No points. Blocked at on the perimeter. There's just way too much speed on the UConn Huskies defense, except for he took a bad angle. He was in perfect position and they just moved for no reason. Brutal. That should have been an easy defensive stop. Instead, it was an easy offensive basket. There's a kick into the quarter. Number 33 up with it and drops. 5-point lead, 41-36, under 4 to go here. Throw the ball just out of bounds. Not sure what happened there at all. But they steal it back. But they can't get the points. I go to take a drink. Spinning, firing, blocked, recovered, kicked back outside, stolen away again, number 12, a menace on the inside. There's a little sidestep shot there. Two quick passes inside, and that's just too easy. Just entirely too easy. Off that back iron. No good. Or off the back iron false. Sorry. Small guard number 1. Kind of stuck in a double team. Hopefully it's not a 3-second violation, but it'd be nice to see Georgia Tech run some kind of play to try and shift this offense around. There you go. That didn't really do a whole lot, but at least they're moving around a little bit. The shot is blocked and taken away by the UConn Huskies. They're going to go with the full court, coast to coast slam. 7-point lead. Probably the worst time for that glitch to strike for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, because it wasn't even just that they wasted a bunch of time. It was that they wasted a bunch of time and then the shot got blocked. It almost went out of bounds, which wouldn't have really helped them, as there's yet another turnover by the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Nice pass inside. It's an and one. 3-point play. Free throw's no good, but they come away with the offensive rebound. So this is just the worst stretch for Georgia Tech. My goodness. It's at least stolen away. 10 turnovers for Georgia Tech 11 turnovers for UConn. That one's blocked inside. You can see it all the way. Perfectly timed. Both guys going up at the same time, and bam, blocked. Kicks it back out. Looking for him in the corner. Ooh, across the court. Those are the most dangerous throws to make. Georgia Tech. Oh, they blocked again. And they're going to go with a defensive foul. They think they're still in this game, but it was just maybe the worst. Oh, it's just such a bad minute of play. Ten-point lead for the Huskies. That one is well short, and they still get the rebound. Georgia Tech will be making an exit in this tournament. Disastrous finish for them. Into the corner, blocked yet again and out of bounds. Stolen away anyway. Oh my goodness. Just a miserable finish for Georgia Tech. Both winners, look, sometimes it's a little frustrating as a person who watches a lot of sports. Sometimes the narratives can be a little annoying. But I don't know that either of these teams I would worry about. Someone's going to get maybe kind of a cheap ticket to the Elite Eight, right? Because they took it. I mean, they beat who they were supposed to beat. They beat the opponent that they played. But I don't think either opponent was all that spectacular. And I don't think either of those teams played all that well. Especially UConn. I mean, I think it's going to be a very interesting... we're in game number 3, by the way. Shoot, that analysis was like spot on right up until I realized that I was talking about the wrong matchup. What are you doing, Georgia Tech? What are you doing? 50-38 here. We'll get this score knocked in. I forgot that there was another game between these two. I'm having a rough day. Mentally, just a rough day. Not like really, like nothing bad is going on. I'm just not performing well. Much like the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets did there in about the final 3 minutes of that game. They fell apart kind of like Washington did, where they're like, okay, you're in this game. You maybe need a couple good stops, try to get this down to a certain number. And then they just went like, oof. Basketball? Couldn't know it. Don't know her. Never met her. UConn wins by 12. Verified that the winner is Connecticut. Which always throws me off because they are like known as UConn, and their women's team is more well known than their men's team. Though their men's team hasn't been. They're literally the cover star. I've had some guys. When I think of UConn, I do think of the women's team. We have Penn State taking on Mississippi State. As I hit the wrong button, I meant to go to game modes. It's a mascot game. There we go. Penn State, Mississippi State. There's the Nittany Lions. Oh, God, I hate it. And the Mississippi State Bulldogs. So Nittany Lions and Mississippi State Bulldogs. Huh, just recently ran an ad. Interesting. So was The Matrix only in theaters for one night? Or am I looking at the wrong day? Where was that? Oh, March 20th. Oh, it's a Wednesday. 25th anniversary Dolby exclusive. God, that'd be cool. That would be cool. Is it full? Yeah, kind of full. Shot is blocked on the inside by Penn State, who has one of the weirder abbreviations as PEST. Very odd. Mississippi State whipping it around. Oh, nice spin move to the inside. Good rotation by Penn State, though. That was a great offensive move that was countered perfectly by the Mississippi State defense. I think if you try out that spin move again, I think you would get them to collapse. There might be an open Bulldog somewhere on the floor because they both went in. And that feels like a football analysis of like, if they set them up in this way again, they might be able to do a play action. Working it around the perimeter. They do it on both sides. Both of them well defended. The other side, the far sideline, wasn't as well defended. It'll stay here as Penn State was the last to touch it. But you can see that it was a little cleaner on that opposite side, but because it went to the right, the ball handler's right instead of the left, the defense wasn't too far off it anyway, and it wasn't able to stop and pop. Mississippi State offense looks a little slow, and this game is off to a 2-2 start. 1 minute and 40 seconds gone here. Take a brief break after this game. Nice defense inside for Mississippi State and a good offensive push here. Pulled up a little sooner than I thought he would, especially because the defenses in this game could make such weird decisions that you think you'd want to try and drive it to the basket, because once you get right to that foul line, that's where they typically take a weird angle, slow down, move around in a way that isn't super helpful. High off the glass and good. It's 4-4. Kicked it inside. Nice bounce pass. Couldn't find anything but the opposing team, though. There's a nice bounce pass on the other side. Kicks it to another center with a three-point specialty. Pass inside is flipped up and good. Mississippi State with a nice find in the paint. It's 6-4. Good find for three by Penn State, and even with a Bulldog in their face, they drain the shot and take a 1-point lead, 7-6. See if either of these offenses can kick into some gear. There's a nice job inside. Third block of the day for Penn State, 2 for Mississippi State. MISSISSIPPI. There is yet another 3 from Penn State, getting hot from beyond the arc. And with the defense working like that on the interior, this could be a rough game for Mississippi State. Penn State, though, if you live by the 3, have the opportunity or the chance to die by the 3. There's a 3 on the other end. It's good. Buried it. Looked like he let that go just a little bit late, but it didn't matter because he was clear. I mean, clear. To fire away there. Bounce pass inside. Number 5 tries to drive it, works his way around, gets fouled on the way up, and that shot is going to drop. So and 1 coming our way. Free throw is up. Free throw is good. Penn State working with a little bit of a Backcourt pesting. Here's what they're looking for. It's a step inside the line, but still a pretty nicely run play. And I think stopping that one a little bit short, the defense, I guess it would probably mathematically, well, maybe if the speed was a little bit different. I guess this is like if two trains leave at the same time and they're going the same, when will they pass sort of thing. I thought that was actually a nice cutoff there. I complained during the last game that it kind of felt like, oh man, they just doesn't seem like they're in the same page. They're in sync or anything. We had one kind of work out, but they stopped a little short of the three-point line, but the speed difference might not have been enough. So you take the deep two. Let's put some points on the board. Penn State leads this game 15-13, about halfway through the first half. There's a kick and a nice find, wide open. The Nittany Lions splash it home, and it is a 5-point game. Number 23 fouled on the way up. I guess they're all number 23. I forgot about that. No, he's actually number 23. Okay. I think the entire Mississippi State team is, or the Mascot's number 23. Oh, actually it's 25, I think. Okay. Falling to the left, rattles off a couple of pieces of the rim and drops. 5-point game. That was between two defenders. It hit the front rim. Stolen away by the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Opportunity to cut a little more into this lead. Well, I guess they had an opportunity last time. Hook shot short and no good. So those are the offensive possessions you want to see points get paid off on. Get the points, the steal, the more points. That shot's a little off the mark. Call an offensive foul, and that's why those are so weird, because it sometimes leads to a turnover, but that time there was a whistle. It could be a defensive foul. That time it was an offensive foul, trying to charge that shoulder into the defender there. There's a little alley layup. Well, he was off the glass and bounced a couple of times before finally falling through. Penn State 9 for 11. 9 for 11, that seems incredibly high. 6 for 11 for the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Almost stolen away. It leads to a three. A little far beyond the arc, and still it was a little too strong. 7-point lead for the Pests. There's a nice kick. Number 5 wide open off the front iron. No good with the defense, or the offense, gets the rebound. The put in, no good. Put back. There's a three for Mississippi State. It's missed in the center. Corrals it for Penn State. And yet again, we have another, I think the analysis might actually kind of work here, where Penn State hasn't been the best looking team, but they're playing a team that doesn't seem like they're really going to challenge them. And it just kind of feels like, oh man, there's going to be a couple teams that might get free tickets to the Elite Eight, because they're going to play another team that I don't exactly believe in. And I'd make that argument for our last game as well as Duke, which isn't me just like trying to insult Washington, but Memphis made some weird decisions down the stretch. But I think Ball State was maybe the best team that's lost so far. I don't know. Washington and Georgia Tech just fell apart during the final stretch. And this Mississippi State team just isn't off to a good start. Obviously, plenty of time to work back into this game, as it is a 7-point deficit. This is the fourth game of the day, so we'll go ahead and get you caught up on the brackets at the end of this game, and then I'll throw it to a break real quick. And then we'll be back with more action. 4 more games after this for day number 5. 24-19. Mississippi State making a nice little run here. Just when I kind of thought I'd counted them out. I guess it's maybe a little bit of it's a little disrespect towards Mississippi State and probably looking at Penn State a little bit too positively, because while they were living by the 3, they very easily could die by the 3. Surprised they didn't take that mid-range jumper. Instead, they found the center, who got charged with an offensive foul earlier. He's going to get fouled on the way up. Shot is no good. They'll go to the line to shoot 2. They could cut this lead down to a 1-possession game. 3-point match. Off the iron, no good. I thought it might have an opportunity for an offensive rebound, but the timing just a little off. Working it around to the perimeter. Kick to number 5. He throws it inside to the center. He's going to get contacted on the way up, and he will be fouled. There's a nice shot. Free throw is up, free throw is good, and both makes push it to a 6-point deficit. Blocked on the inside. I think if you're Mississippi State, you want to probably wait just a little bit before you get that shot and let your teammates get there. It was a weird start to that possession. I think that's kind of what helped lead to the miss. They did a good job getting back into this game, but it is starting to slip away from them just a little bit. 2 quick passes inside. Very powerful play right there. The defense usually caught out of position and an easy basket. Doesn't help when Penn State is shooting, nearly 70%. There's a shot right at the buzzer. That hurts. It's not a dagger, but it kind of feels like it. You just can't give up that basket with that amount of time left. Got to be more aggressive defensively. It's a 31-22 game here, and Penn State gets the ball. Ooh, gosh. That's a good, good start. Good start, Mississippi State. Get the turnover. Now, they obviously don't have to do 3s every single time down the floor. No foul. It's just a massive block. So turnovers on back-to-back possessions for these offenses. This is kind of how the first half started as well, just very slow. Defense kind of peeled off a little bit. The shot's a little wide. And these possessions a little messy. Pump fakes, defensive foul, or reach in. Oh, it got tipped and intercepted. There's a really bad area of the court to throw to, and Penn State leaves that one a little bit short. Heard the footsteps of the Bulldog behind him, and there's a 3 for Mississippi State. The friendly home roll drops, and they cut the lead to 6. A nice find inside. Pass a little slow, it felt like. Either the pass seemed a little slow or the turn was a little slow. Didn't matter, though, because it was an easy make. Oh, that's a nice job to get the defender off his feet. You got to bury the basket, though. Had the makings of an excellent 2-point play. Can't find the nylon. Shot up and blocked. Penn State trying to drive inside, spins around. Caught in a weird spot. Mississippi State almost gets a turnover. They do eventually get the defensive rebound. Mississippi State looking for a play here to get this lead cut down a little bit. That'll work. A nice 3-point shot. Penn State is doing a really good job closing out on that play. The defense doesn't ever seem like it's very far behind. We've seen a couple wide open shots here and there, but for the most part, it's felt like the Penn State Nittany Lions are right there ready for what the Mississippi State Bulldogs are doing. The defense in a terrible position for that rebound. They're going to get fouled on the putback. And Penn State rewards with a miss. They missed both of them. Ball don't lie, I guess. There's a nice find inside, a terrific alley-oop. Clean passing lane and slams it home. That's a 5-zip run. To slice the lead all the way down to 3. Doing a little bit of math in my head to make sure it checked out. The 3 for Penn State is short. Mississippi State can tie with a 3. Cut it to 1 with a 2. It's a step inside the three-point line, and it's blocked by the center who comes away with it. But number 4 comes away with a steal on the other end. Bounce pass inside. Oh, surprise! They went with a hook shot that was a wide open Bulldog in the corner. But it works. 33-32. Bounce pass inside, blocked. That was a nice one. Looked like it was going to be a big drive, but chose not to go for it. There's a throw in. It's an alley layup, and bam! We might get a stat about how this run is looking. Nope, instead we just get some points. 5 blocks, a couple steals, 10 points. I believe it's a 10-0 run here. I think they were down 9. It's either a 10-0 run or an 8-0 run. That one's left short. This Penn State team falling apart. Mississippi State doing an excellent job to get back into this game and take the lead. Usually we see teams stall out once they get kind of close. This team was able to get over that hump and take the lead. That's a big deal. First free throw up and good. Second free throw is no good, so it'll just be a 2-point lead. 4 minutes gone in half number 2. There's a nice find for 3. They splash it home to knot us up at 35. So it was, I believe, 32-24. So 11-0 on that run there. They're going to try and drive inside. An opportunity for a 3-point play. As the shot is good and the foul. There's a nice basket, and Mississippi State leads 38-35. Pump fakes, it's a bounce pass. Swatted away, it'll stay with Penn State though. That's a nice shot from the mid-range. Just a little bit short. Penn State has looked awful in this second half offensively. Mississippi State maybe a little bit quick on that one, leaves it short. Quick pass into 45. I thought it was going to be the 2 quick passes, but then they were kind of running the 3-point play on the other side. They were trying to have both of the most powerful plays of the game. Almost into that double team that usually is a steal. Number 23 into number 41, backing him down. Trying to drive on the outside. Can't find a whole lot of room. Tries to spin backwards. Dangerous pass back to the perimeter. Oh, a dangerous pass across the court. And it's picked off, as it probably should be. Not 100% sure what happened there. Was that tip blocked? I don't know what's going on. It's 38-35. Stolen away. Not a ton of turnovers for either team throughout this game. They've both been clean at handling the ball. A lot of blocks on the interior, but kind of to be expected. Good closeout there. I don't think it was a 3, though I could be wrong. I think I was wrong. Hold on. We can pull a clip here. We can actually get a look at it. It was a 3. Didn't look like a 3 to me, but that's fine. That's how it goes sometimes. Backs him down inside. 41-38 here. Penn State cuts it down to 1. And now both teams kind of fighting in a way that you would expect. Baskets back and forth. Might be 1 or 2 real good defensive stops. A foul is not a good defensive stop, but an out of bounds is, because that animation is impossible to read. That's a huge turnover for the Mississippi State Bulldogs, who've done such a good job to get back into this game. They were down by 9.5. There's a kick. Shot a little delayed. Wasn't the cleanest catch and shoot, but it doesn't matter because the shot is buried. And it's 43-41, under 3 to go. Bounce pass inside, center. Trying to drive. Kicks back to number 11. He works his way into the paint and finds number 4, who gets fouled on the way up. Shot's no good. Ooh, and he left the front one short. The front half. The second goes down, and it's 43-42. Penn State looking for that three-point play. Felt like it was pretty slow developing. Hard foul inside. He'll go to the line for 2. Three-point specialist center. But no, maybe not a free throw shooting specialist. 1 for 2, and the lead is 2. Oh, it's stolen away. Inside, flipped up and good. Thought I had a sneeze, but it went away from me. Gross, I hate it. Two quick passes inside and jammed home. So 46-44, 2:10 to go. Who can hold on to win this one? We've seen some teams in the final couple of minutes of these games absolutely fall apart. Throws it inside the center with a clean look. Whew. Easy. 19 for 33, 17 for 30. Mississippi State down by 4. It's a pretty okay look between two defenders. It sounds contradictory to say good look and then between two defenders, but in football, that sometimes is how you want to get out of tackles. If you see two guys coming at you, just go right between them so you don't want to run into each other. Really good transition defense there by the Penn State Nittany Lions. They'll pull it back to make sure that they get the shot that they want or the play that they want, but they lose the ball. Stolen. Blocked at the perimeter. There's a 3. No good with the tip in. No good. He gets it again and it's jammed home. Mississippi State might be the third team that we see today just fall apart inside the 2-minute mark, as the number on the back of the jersey is actually 35. Not 23, not 25, 35. Big 3 for Mississippi State, but well short. They might actually be out of this game, down 6 at this point. We'll see the third foul. We are gearing up for a huge contest in the second half. Texas and Syracuse Get you caught up on the brackets and the standings as a huge hit was dealt earlier today. All that and more coming up here as the video hits its halfway mark. We see so many turnovers with teams trying to fight to stay in these games, and it is awful. It is so frustrating. The three-pointer's no good. It's another three. That one goes. 5-point game, but they needed that probably 2 minutes ago. 52-47. Blocked, all kinds of chaos and madness happening down by the bucket. But it doesn't matter as this game is over. Mississippi State calls off. Okay, just kidding. They were actually, I thought they were going to be done, but they decided that they wanted at least one more possession. Eight points doesn't exactly showcase how good this game actually was. For the majority of it, it was back and forth. Mississippi State made a valiant effort to try and get back in this match, in this game, but they just didn't have enough. It's just unfortunate that we've seen so many teams falter in such critical moments. Mississippi State falls 55-49. The hands of the Penn State Nittany Lions. We'll verify that the winner is indeed Penn State. It is. And we will submit the scores. I don't know why you jumped all the way down to the bottom of the page. You are freaking me out. Please stop. So that'll complete the first half of March Mascot Madness, day number 5. Thank you so much for hanging out. We are going to update you on some bracket situations coming up here. Before I take a quick break, I'll throw you to the BRB screen, and I don't know, maybe I'll let like a quick gameplay or something real quick. Oops, I did not want to do that. Mascot game. That's what I'm trying to look at. Our next matchup is huge. It is Syracuse. It is Texas. It is a Final Four pick and a champion pick. Syracuse is the home team. The Texas Longhorns will be on the road. So, with that being said, let me find the thing here. Hit F5 to refresh the page, which it does at the bottom for some reason. Why are you putting an ad literally right in the middle of the screen? I need that section? Hello? Excuse you? Are you done? I need to sign up for premium? What's going on here? How long is this ad? I guess we'll go from the bottom. I am no longer in last place. Will win eventually, maybe, is now in that dreaded spot. 6th place. They have 13 points, a score potential of 59. I am now in 4th place with 14 points, as I have scored 2 points in this it's just playing the ad over and over again, and it's right over what I need. Hold on. Let me reload this, but not with F5. Let me go to it again. I don't think that's supposed to be there. I've never had the problem before. Okay. That was very weird. Very, very weird. Okay. So last place will win eventually, maybe. 13 points at the moment. 59 total score potential. I am now in 5th with 14 total points. I have gotten 2 today. I have a 118 score potential, and my champion pick plays next here, the Syracuse Orange. Ryan Sucks is just above me with 17 points and a score potential of 123. I'm going to win is in 3rd with 19 points and a 103 score potential. Bitchin' Baylor Baddies is in 2nd with 19 points and a score potential of 137. And Untitled is in 1st place with 22 points and a 72-point score potential. They did lose their champion pick in Washington. That's the big deal. I have only scored 2 points so far in this round. And then Will Win eventually maybe has scored 0 points in this round. Everybody else has scored at least, or has scored 4. So those are the same chunks that the same distances between them are, or the distances between them are the same. My goodness, words. Everything is hard. This is your next matchup, but let's give you a little something to watch here. We'll go play now, and then we will. Can I randomize? How do you randomize? Circle? Square. Oh, is it Air Force? West Virginia. None. And then we'll go with a quick little 2-minute game while I hop up and take a quick break. Actually, you know what? I should have paused the YouTube video. YouTube, we'll be back in just a moment. Twitch, stick around. Watch this game real quick. Hopefully I'm back before it's done. And we'll see you in just a second with more March Mascot Madness action. Leading off with Texas and Syracuse, a big game. We have three big games in the back half of this video. I'm very excited about it, and we'll see you in just a moment. Twitch, stick around. All right, welcome back, YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. If you're curious, the game was actually pretty good. I probably should have just left the BRB screen rolling while I was away, because it was a 13-11 game. If you're curious, I figured I'd just throw that in there, because there's no way I'll remember if I post this and people go, "How was the game?" and I go, "I don't know." We have Texas and Syracuse coming up next. One of 3 important games that we have here in the back half of the tournament. Syracuse is my champion pick. Texas is a Final Four pick for Untitled. Untitled has already lost their champion pick today, so this could be really damaging. They've been off to such a strong start, especially in the first half of the round of 64, going 12-4 over those first 16 picks. They've cooled off a little bit, but they're still in first place, and they've been in first place pretty much since the get-go. I have been in last place for the most part until this last round, where I finally was able to pick up a couple of points and put myself into the 5th position. A loss here would probably kill my bracket, as I don't think any of my other Final Fours are in, unless I have one in, I believe I have Florida. I think I would have Florida left for myself. So this is a big game, and let's jump in here. Texas and Syracuse. I should double check. All-American. Got to make sure to fix it back to 10 minutes. Press box. And we'll jump into it. I don't think anybody else has Texas. The only other person that I thought would be my brother, but he does not. He has Louisville, which feels like, frankly, a slam dunk. Like, if you would pick that as a champion, you just go like, okay, we're eliminating them. Syracuse and Texas tipping off game number 5, the back half of day 5 of the tournament. Day 5 of 8. We'll have a video tomorrow wrapping up the round of 32 and finalizing the final 8 Sweet 16 participants as Syracuse wins the tip and gets points off it immediately. We'll have the Sweet 16 all in one round next Sunday. And next Monday, we will have the Elite 8, the Final 4, and the third place and championship games with a block and a beautiful transition basket there. Syracuse quickly out to a 4-point lead. Syracuse was a bit rough in the first half of the first game that they played, but they're off to a much better start here. And that is why, that play right there, I know we didn't finish the play right, finish the basket and make it. That play is exactly why you look at it and you go, oh, if you just keep going to the basket, the defense is the one that makes the mistake. It's also a big break for Texas, who easily could have gone down 6-0. They had an opportunity to get some points on there, and they can't come up with any. Syracuse misses another shot, giving Texas an opportunity to cut this down to a one-possession game. Otherwise, you could look at a 6 or 8-0 game already, and Texas could be in some trouble. But they're kind of surviving at this point. Texas jump stop blocked inside. Syracuse, they ended up winning by quite a large margin, but they were a really slow start in their first game, which was very worrying to me, who had already lost a pick, I think a Final Four pick at that point. Would have been Michigan State. Syracuse a little short on the basket there, and we'll go back down the floor the other way. Texas still scoreless through the first 2 minutes of the game. Drives inside over the shoulder shot there, and Texas gets points on the board. 4-2. If you're still with us, thank you so much for hanging out. I'd appreciate it. Oh, stolen away by Texas, so some good defense to complement some misses by Syracuse. Opportunity to tie or take the lead with a 3. They're going. I thought they would kick it to the outside, but they'll bounce it in. We're 22 into an orange double. It's a very orange game. I don't know how he got past that. I think the setter there had an arm up and everything. Quick pass inside. That somehow was blocked. I didn't think it was going to be that good of a shot, but shockingly not goaltending just before it went down. There's a hook shot on the other end. That one doesn't go. Both teams now struggling a little bit in this last minute to score points. Syracuse got off to a real hot start, and they have been ice cold since. I thought that might be a nice kick for a 3, but instead it was the center. There's a jam home for the Syracuse Orange, who use a beautiful move to beat them off the line and jam it home. Could be something to look at as we go through the rest of this game, watching Texas, as they were able to kind of survive, but they weren't able to capitalize consistently on Syracuse's misses or their own good defensive efforts. If they're able to, if they, let's say they fall far behind and they're able to kind of chip back at that lead, will they be able to close the gap? Number 3 working it around. He's a 3-point specialist. Throws it into way too much traffic. 3 Longhorns in the area. And they come up with the steal. 2 quick passes inside. Flipped up and good through the contact. That's a nice finish by the Texas Longhorns. That circus shot sometimes gets a foul called on it, but the refs swallow the whistle on that one. Fading to the right, he lets it go and drains it. 8-4. Two quick passes inside. Contact at the basket. The foul is called to go to the line to shoot 2, and that was kind of a similar play. Didn't get the scoop up flip sort of thing. Texas Longhorns leave the front end short. The second half, though, is good. A little pressure in the backcourt. It's a nice clean pass. Usually the pressure kind of like gets to the players and they throw really dumb passes, but that was a good job to get part way up and then a good job by the other guy to come back and give a clean, easy target. As they rotate into the corner, fall away short. Not a clean looking shot there. Kind of held onto the ball a little too long in my opinion. Texas tried to get, it looked like they were trying to get to the top of the key and reset a play, but thought he saw something he liked. Throws it away. It's right back to Syracuse. Bounce pass inside. Backing him down. Spins the other way. Spins back. Trying to drive. Up over the Longhorn hat. Oh, it's a hat matchup. Didn't even put that together. 10-5. Quick passes inside. Clean look. Interesting play there. Hold on to the ball for a while and then just float it to the center. Fighting through some traffic as they spin to the corner. There's another float pass inside. The defense not with great position. The defense did not have great position on that possession at the last minute, but it didn't matter because they kind of break the shot. Not an error, but an issue for Syracuse has been they haven't been able to put away some what should be probably easier baskets. And they walked out of bounds. I think the game just glitched and it just kept moving him. Stepped on that baseline bandit. And that'll steal a possession away. Back to Texas. 2 quick passes inside. It's been just too much for the Syracuse offense. This is a little more similar to what we saw Syracuse do in the first game. They played a close one. They ended up winning by quite a large margin. I thought it was a lot closer than it was, but the second half they really took over. But I don't know if Texas is a team that you're going to be able to run away from. Texas throwing it up. Two quick passes inside, blocked on the interior. That's what you want to see if you're a fan of Syracuse, is just make that adjustment. There's a couple of times where they've been in pretty okay position and just haven't been able to put it away. Texas has beaten them a couple of times on that play. But a good adjustment there as they kind of let him go by. The L2 ankle breaker in effect for Texas. Drains the shot. 12-11. Doesn't look like the Orange are running much of a play. They finally get it to him. It's a slow-moving rotation around. The pass felt delayed. The shot was 2 steps inside the three-point line. I guess it works okay because they do come up with points. 2 quick passes inside. Texas leaves that one on the front rim, but the loose ball is gathered and jammed home. Not sure where that Syracuse defender was going, but they trade twos and the lead is cut back down to 1. Bounce pass inside again. Kicks it out. Into a double team. A lot of traffic over there. There's a wide open Orange in the corner. They're in that brutal double team animation. Good positioning there for the offensive rebound. The put back. And they're going to the line to cap off the 3-point play. (17-13). Fast-moving first half. They get the ball away in that double team right at midcourt, but they can't put it down again. Really struggling to come away with points. Syracuse has done a good job defensively, but just the offensive side has left them hanging. That's a foul on the 3-point play, almost a 4-point play. And we have an opportunity for yet another 1-point game. think Syracuse would be fun to do like an NCAA 25 dynasty with. They're in an ACC. They're an okay team, but I don't think they've ever really done like a whole lot. You have to fight through Clemson and Florida State. Nice steal there by Texas. Opportunity for their first lead of the game. They've sliced it all the way down to 1. Not that they were ever down by a ton. They've done a good job just surviving, really using nice ball movement, and there it is. 18-17. Maybe Syracuse is the pick for like a little dynasty. There's a big 3 for Syracuse. It's a nice kick out. Good finish there as the basket is good. We're under 40 seconds to go. Breezing by this first half is. 2 quick passes inside. Going for the tie, but it's blocked. They get the loose ball. They find number 1. The ball never hit the rim, so the shot clock didn't reset. It's a blocked shot. It's a disastrous finish for the Texas Longhorns. Good job by Syracuse to pull back there. They've had trouble on fast breaks coming away with points. That's a terrible pass as they fire it forward. Texas again doing a smart thing, pulling back. You want to be aggressive, but you want to be smart. Quick passes inside have been the key. That's what Texas goes with again. It's no good, a little bit short. Syracuse comes up with a rebound, fires one final shot that wouldn't have counted, I think. And it is 20-18. Texas with the ball, looking for the tie. Float pass is tipped and intercepted. Good pursuit. Excellent chase down block. The Texas Longhorns, well, they are living on the brink here. That is like the second or third excellent defensive transition situation. Got stolen away again. Syracuse smartly pulls back. They've had trouble finishing on those fast break opportunities. Texas all over it inside. Another nice defensive effort. Bounce pass inside. Kicks it back out. Trying to drive. They're driving and kicking. That's tipped and intercepted again. 3 Texas turnovers already in this second half. Syracuse has to be smart with this ball. Still the same score that we had with a minute gone. And the defense for Syracuse has been great. Has Texas even gotten like a shot off? It's a little short. There's a nice putback, and our first points finally scored. This time by the Syracuse Orange. Syracuse Orange leave a little to be desired on their offensive set there. At least they got a shot up without it being blocked or a pass intercepted. Syracuse making me nervous. They ran to the baseline bandit with that one player, and they've had a couple of times where it looks like the player's just going to keep running to the sideline or the baseline, and it's very scary. 2 tip passes. It finally gets intercepted. Careless Q's with the ball. Or Q's careless with the ball. That is another foul beyond the 3-point line, and that shot is up and good. So it's going to be an opportunity for a 4-point play. Syracuse worked so hard to keep it a 4-point game, and it's erased in 1 possession. Center looks for some room, but it's blocked inside. This crowd completely taken out of the game. As Texas brings the ball up the floor, looking for the lead. There's a nice block. It's actually picked up by the center there. That's a big turn for Syracuse. If it goes to the diving player to the sideline, it's out of bounds, stays with Texas, or goes back to Texas. Because it went to the guy who was up, They get to keep the possession of the ball, but the three-pointer, no good. Looked like it was probably short and right. It was right of the shooter, which meant that it was short off the front iron. It was a mess of a shot. There's a clobbered block. The Texas Longhorn must have gone up and went, this is a bad plan. A lot of length for that Syracuse orange down in the center. There's a little side fade 2, deep 2. Syracuse does bury the shot. 24-22. Fight inside, and it's normally a good play. It is probably the second most effective play in the game. Maybe even the first. It depends on the team, I think. I think that's where the ranking kind of goes. Is it the 3 points play, or is it the 2 quick passes inside? Texas has used it 2 quick passes inside consistently. And they keep getting points out of it. Syracuse, I thought, made an adjustment, but they've given up a couple of... And, they're not even minimally contested. They're just free baskets for the other team. There's a nice run and a slam. 26-24 Syracuse. Syracuse, I will say, on the defensive side at least, has done a good job at consistently mitigating points or even attempts at points for Texas. And it seems like every time that Texas looks like they're going to start kind of getting on a run, Syracuse is in the way. That's a great example right there. They chase down the loose ball. The shot clock winding down here. It's up over the defender and good. We're all knotted at 26. 5.5 to go. I don't think it's been a particularly potent offensive game for either team. There's a 3 for Syracuse, and it's drained. If you can get that to 3-point specialists, I think that makes it an effective, the most effective play in the game. But the defensive, lapse or the lacking of the defense interiorly, I think it just depends. Because we've seen teams not run the 3-point play very, very well because they keep running it to people who aren't specialists. But we've seen teams also be able to make adjustments and stop the interior attack. And that's a deep 2, good though. And they match what Texas is doing, 31-28. Good game so far in this one. It's going to be a foul. They'll miss the basket and go to the line to shoot 2. Texas makes the first one. Texas goes 2 for 2 from the line. They'll send some people into the backcourt. Some Longhorns into the backcourt. Didn't really do a whole lot there. Defensive foul. A little bit of a reach in. Second personal for the center. First team foul of the second half. Stolen away by Texas. They're going to fire it forward. And smartly hold back. 2 quick passes inside. Easy. Easy. (32-31). Syracuse trying to find some room. That's a foul and the bucket. They'll go to the line for the 3-point play. Might have been a nice feed inside. You can't tell because we're just looking at the inside of an orange there. The free throw is good, and the lead goes to Syracuse by 2. Quick passes inside again. The center, just no resistance. No resistance. Oh, it got tipped off a Texas defender. That was a really bad pass. There was nothing but Longhorns in the passing lane, and it's another steal. There's finally a change. I think maybe it's maybe the difference between the forward and the center. I haven't been keeping track. It's just been so effective. But that was the one time that I noticed it wasn't the center. If I'm Texas, even though that play didn't work last time, I just keep going back to it. There's the center, spins off, spins around again, fights through some contact, tough finish. Tied at 36. 2 quick passes inside. Syracuse leaves it short. They can't do anything Syracuse can do with that play. Texas can do about 50 times better. 1, 2. Now it's the forward again, blocked. Center comes away with the ball. I don't know. That would be interesting to look at. Kind of a weird fancy pass. 2 quick passes inside. Syracuse can't put it away. They get the offensive rebound. It's blocked again. And this Texas, the interior of this Texas defense is incredible. I've lost count, but it's at least 3 like fast break opportunities as we see a foul here. It's 3 fast break opportunities Syracuse hasn't been able to push to finish off. And now we see Syracuse with the exact same play that Texas is running, unable to finish that play off like 3 times. Syracuse is going to have to live with deep jump shots and threes. That is not what you want to see. That play on the other end is an easy basket. The defender was out of position, but Syracuse was out of position as well because they were too far under the basket. The Orange down 2 with under 2 minutes to go here. Champion pick on the ropes, kicks back out for the 3-point specialist. Back out, drives inside, blocked by the center. The center's been playing excellent basketball inside. Syracuse, that should be an easy finish, and I got so nervous as they went to the basket because what do you know? There's a Texas defender screaming down the lane. There it is, 2 quick passes. There's the center, and I think that's the difference. I think you're looking at the center is much better at polishing off that play for the Texas Longhorns than the power forward. They tend to get blocked. They have a little more trouble on the interior. It's very, very interesting. Syracuse down by 2. They took that timeout. See, they ran out of bounds. He did it again. This is the second time he's just run out of bounds. That's not how you want to see these games end. Like, I know it's not over because there's still a minute left. Fouled on the way up. But that's 2 possessions, Syracuse. And that's off a timeout, which makes that so much worse. He just lost track where he was on the floor, or there was some kind of glitch or something. First and second free throws are good. You could say he was 2 for 2 from the line if you wanted to. Syracuse can't get dumb now. Sometimes when you see the players a little further up the court, things get a little weird and wild. A little confused at what happened there. That was out of bounds somehow, not a foul, but out of bounds off of Texas, which is also very weird. Everything about that situation was weird. Syracuse, 2 quick passes inside. They jam it home. Now we're going to want to take a look here at the clock. 48 seconds. Doesn't leave you a lot of time to work with. If you're going to foul, you're going to want to foul now. There's the quick passes inside. Texas flips it up and good. Hey, Syracuse, Texas has 1 play. They have 1 play that you have to defend against. That's it. I think I might take a look at the shot chart after this, but Texas's shot chart is going to be a large number, especially in the second half as we see an interception. We'll start fouling here in a second. There it goes. Now there's 1 more foul. Syracuse could maybe get an inbound pass Intercepted. Texas is going to have to send their center to the line, which I don't know if that's who you want. And Syracuse is going to fall here in the second round. A champion pick, the second champion pick of the day, drops. Texas has one play. If you can counter that play, I'm not 100% sure that they can win. But you take into account that they could not, Syracuse could not finish inside. They ran out of bounds, costing them 2 possessions. And it was just a disastrous finish. We haven't really, I don't feel like we've had like a solid finish today. We've had a couple of teams that have just fallen off as the game ends. Syracuse. That's what I get for not picking the elephant. Okay. 47-42, Syracuse falls. Actually, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the shot display. I think this is actually going to be interesting. Syracuse, we can take a look at all players. Let's take a look at Texas. Look at how many shots are in the interior. 9 for 15. Most of them makes. There's a couple of red X's in there. You can see that the stuff that was a little further away didn't really work. They made an adjustment at the half. They were like, we're going to go inside. You could see a lot more red X's. The circles, a little more on the kind of the one like little strip there, but a lot of misses. The second half Texas team won this game. Wow. 2-point field goals, 3-point field goals. They made 1 3. All shots. 2-point. Oh, they counted that one as a 2 in the bottom left. That's weird. Syracuse, though. Second half, they had a lot of stuff right at the rim, but there's a lot of misses in there as well. They were 10 for 15, but ugh. So a champion pick falls here in game number 5. That is going to hurt my bracket greatly, and it hurts my heart because I picked Syracuse to win this tournament. They fall. I'll make sure to absolutely double check this. 47-42. The winner is Texas. There's nothing more frustrating during the finishing touches of a game. We saw it with Michigan State where they just kind of ran out of bounds. We see a lot of just like bonehead interceptions and bad passes, and it's like, I understand they happen during the course of the game, but they are back-breaking and frustrating because as the commentator, as the person who wants this to be, like a marquee event that people get excited for, some of these outcomes are just so frustrating, and like the game is borderline broken at times. And I don't know. Like Texas deserved to win that game the way they played on the interior, and Syracuse never bothered to make a change to that at all. They got lucky a couple of times when the forward was working with the ball rather than the center. But it's a brutal finish. I mean, it's a brutal finish to watch a team just run out of bounds, not make adjustments on defense, and then just have bad passes. But I guess that's just how it goes. Texas advances, and they will play the winner of Louisville and New Mexico. The Lobos and the Cardinals. Let's get it started. This is the game that I'll peek behind the curtain. I'm not looking forward to this game. I am super worried that it's just going to be another Louisville blowout. I don't love that Louisville's so good in this game. They're not even like the number 1 ranked team. But the way their defense works just is unbeatable for whatever reason. And that sucks. If they win the tournament again, like, I need to switch them out. I want this to be something different. I want this to be something fun and coin flippy, but Louisville's won 3 of the 5 that we've done. Here's a good start for the Lobos. The keys for New Mexico in this game are going to be to force Louisville to miss baskets and execute on those misses. If Louisville can set up their defense, which they did right here, they don't do a good enough job. The computer does not do a good enough job at being aggressive. They should be way more aggressive to break the defense, because they can get it up to like the 3-point line or whatever, and then they have an open man in the paint. There's a 3 that's blocked. Louisville's off and running. And it's a slam. And Louisville leads. We'll see if they relinquish this lead. It's 4-3 now. New Mexico. See if they kick it way forward here. No. Okay. If you can break it quickly enough, you can get it to the center in the paint. That's a slow shot. It's got to be faster. It's got to be catch and shoot if you're going to try and beat this team. If they can get set up, you are screwed. If you can force some misses and execute on that, you can at least try and keep pace with them. But they've already gotten a couple of blocks and some steals, and it's not looking good. New Mexico has 3 points off the tip-off, and we could be looking at another classic Louisville game here. There's a 3 for the Louisville Cardinals. I hate this team. So there you go. There you go. They can't even finish it at the basket. Oh my goodness. Louisville's the greatest team that's ever existed. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I hate them so much. I hate Louisville. So there's where you got to look at it and get the miss. Now you have to polish it off with points on the other end. New Mexico might not be the team to do it. However, Louisville would have to face Texas. It's blocked. Does a shot chart not count blocks? Because I feel like it should. Spinning the other way. Nice pick off. A nice interception by New Mexico. I like the aggression there. The hook shot, no good. 5 consecutive field goals missed. They had the opportunity to get out to the lead with that first 3. That was big for them. There's a 3 for Louisville. It's short. These are the opportunities you have to take advantage of. Screen is set. The 3 is away. It's no good. Rebounded by Louisville. They'll bring the ball back up the floor. Working it around beyond the arc. Ooh, that one got the friendly roll. It's a 10-0 scoring run. Is there like a mental break statistic that we don't see? There's a steal. That's what they are looking for. They want to get that ball away from you. There's a nice block on the inside. Trying to drive it inside. Fires the other way. That's a 3. It's no good. They are dying by the 3 right now. That's some great ball movement by Louisville. It's a good tip in, good. Trying to be positive here. They got a steal. They're going to the line. Who did New Mexico beat to get here? Oh, Louisville took out North Carolina. That's a good team. It is quickly 14-3. There's a good job to fire it all the way down the floor. He ran it out of bounds. They just ran it out of bounds. They beat the defense. It's 2-on-1 on that end of the floor. Third time now that we've seen a team just run the ball out of bounds this half of the video. Not good. Not good. So here's... I don't understand how they're so invulnerable. I really don't. I understand that they would like increase turnover. Like their game plan makes sense. I understand it. I also understand that like this game doesn't do a great job of being aggressive, and I think that benefits this team. That's just nice ball movement. We've seen a couple plays now where Louisville has had really good ball movement. They draw the defense up, they cut in behind. They got everybody on one side, and then a shooter got loose on the other side. There's got to be a better way to phrase that. There's a nice find inside. 16-7 now. Good job by New Mexico so far. They've broken the defense a couple of times. That's a nice block on the interior as well. The sooner we get Louisville out, the sooner we are guaranteed to have at least a different champion than we've had for the last, like, 3 tournaments, so that's nice. I think it's been Louisville, Duke, and Arizona State that have won. Blocked on the inside. They just never ran a play that did enough to get anyone's space. They tried a couple different things, but Louisville was all over it. Took that shot clock all the way down. They miss and they get the putback. They're an opportunity at the putback, but they can't put it away. New Mexico's, you know, trying to stay in this game. The logo is one of the weirder looking mascots. The tongue is what makes it weird. If it was just like, if the tongue wasn't there, it'd probably look fine, but doing a good job here. It was 10-3. They've been able to go on a little bit of a, as I say that, of course they, tipped and stolen. Mid-range is no good though. A little bit of Syracuse there. It's a nice find. Did a good feed inside. New Mexico, though, is keeping pace. It was 10-3. They are, you know, it's a 9-8 game since then. That timeout seemed to help settle them down and figure out, like, some things. I'm surprised that wasn't blocked. It looked like the defender was actually in pretty good position. And they fired way down the floor, and that's where you got to polish it off. There's a guy trailing to the basket. They just passed it up. They seem a little slow on wanting to pull some of the shots. They've also done a good job navigating away from the three. They use it, and it's effective that time around. There's a bounce pass inside, and it's just too easy for these Louisville Cardinals. All the defenders sucked up toward the perimeter, and just lets them free toward the basket. Out of bounds, New Mexico ball. You can see the Lobos mascot running for it. Those are some of the more frustrating turnovers as well. Got to kick it back to the guy who was calling for it for 3. Into a double team. At least move the ball around. That's a nice little move to get around the defender, create a little space, and bury the shot. 7-point game. There's another pass inside. I don't understand how they keep doing this. I don't know if New Mexico needs like another timeout or what's going on, but that's a couple possessions in a row where Louisville is just, I mean, there's no one there. There's a nice find inside. The Lobos putting up a fight here. That's what you want to see. I think Louisville might have had one of the best games that we've seen in the tournament. I want to say they were down huge in one of the first ones, maybe? But I don't remember. That's a terrible pass on the inside. The defender was all over it. In the passing lane, watching where they wanted to go with the ball the whole time. It's intercepted. And those are like some real big plays that are gonna break this New Mexico team and prevent them from even having a chance at winning. Defensively, they look awful. They look terrible. They've had like a couple of bright spots here and there, but like they just keep giving up the same points that Syracuse gave up against Texas, and they're like Syracuse, unable to finish inside. That one's almost stolen away again. It goes out of bounds. It stays with New Mexico. 38.7 seconds, and it's stolen away off the inbound pass. Can we get a foul beyond the arc? I thought that was going to be an offensive rebound. We have to play for 3. Everything's just it's just a tick slow. The pass wasn't great. They have 3 shots at it and they can't get any points. They did a good job to at least make a little run. They cut the lead down. I think that might be as close as they get. There's another big basket for Louisville. 32 points in the first half. They lead by 14. There's a pretty okay look at a 3. Maybe an extra step and that would have been buried. The Louisville Cardinals are they're unbeatable. They are unbeatable in this game. Actually, that's not true. This was, I think, the one game where they actually did lose. It's a huge 3. Good 3 to start. And a good job of kind of capitalizing or enforcing what I was saying earlier. If you can stop them and you don't let them get set up defensively, you might have a chance there. It's a good read for a 3. I like what New Mexico's done to get away from taking so many 3s, because I thought it was what really slowed them down early, was some misses that let Louisville build that lead with some easy buckets on the other end. 32-21, that's blocked. Trying to go with a spin move, but it did not work. Defensive foul. Second personal, first team foul here in half number 2. This is game number 6. He fights through and misses the shot, but a Cardinal almost got to the rebound. But I was looking for like halftime adjustments. I just think that Texas made their halftime adjustment so crystal clear and easy to go. Like, no, we're going to feed it inside, and that's how it's going to work. 32-24, University of New Mexico. A couple of nice 3s, but they give it up easily on the defensive end, which is unfortunate for them. The defender ended up in the right position, but he was just way too late for it. But overall, they've been better here in this second half. They're doing a good job, too, of getting up past the midcourt line in a quick and efficient manner. Trying to drive inside and threw it away. They've made a couple of runs at trying to make this game at least a little closer and put themselves in a more competitive spot. But the defense has lapsed a couple of times, and there's been way too many turnovers on the other end. And it's because it's against Louisville, it's a turnover situation where it feels like it's only one turnover on the stat sheet, but it feels like it's about 7. There's a nice feed inside. Off the pause and good. Where was the defender on that? Where was the defender? Almost got that trap. They have a little out of position, so they should be able to break it. They do. That's a nice find inside. Oh, friendly roll. I thought it was going to bounce off that front iron. I got just enough of it to drop. 37-28. This is a good spot to be in. You're only down 9. I've had some math problems. The 3 is no good. I think you might actually take that. It's a defensive foul. You're going to go to the line for 2. But you're talking about switching a wide open 3 for maybe just taking 2 points. There's a timeout by New Mexico. Now, last time New Mexico called the timeout, as this game feels like it's melting in my PS2, they ran the ball out of bounds. But they did make good defensive, the timeout did help. Oh my God, they turned it over immediately. Why? The timeout should help the team. That's like, they've been good about getting through the full court pressure. They called the timeout and it cost them their flow or their rhythm. There's a nice drive inside. I like the pull-up jumper. Usually I complain in some basketball games that they're not strong enough to the basket, but that Cardinal was common. There's the bounce pass inside. Defender was in good position. Not exactly sure what happened there. He just backed up and let him through. Okay, cool. We're right this way. Your basket is right there. Cardinals seem a little like New Mexico is broken through just enough. Oh, if that pass was a little cleaner, that's an easy bucket. Instead, it got tipped just a little bit. Threw off the timing and rhythm in that play. I think you'd like to see him kick it back to the perimeter and see if you can find some kind of another attempt at that or something else. Louisville gets the kind of rare defensive foul on that play. It wasn't a turnover. It wasn't an offensive foul. It was a defensive foul. Because of course they do. Because this game paid off the refs. It's a 3-pointer from New Mexico. There's a 3 for Louisville, up 12. It's a little long. It's a little nice little 2-point shot there. I like it's a great use of the screen to get around them, pop the 2, and you're good. Passes aren't necessarily the quickest, but they are effective. They'll go to the line to shoot 2. 15 foul here in the second half. And we're only about halfway through it. Louisville does seem like their full court press isn't quite as aggressive as it usually is. New Mexico has broken through enough to where they like let up the pressure just a little bit. They're still pestering in the backcourt, but it's not quite, doesn't feel quite as sticky. It's a huge three right there. It's going to push us out to a 15-point lead. Honestly, this game was over before it started. We know Louisville's probably going to win the tournament again. But I'll be curious to see what Texas can do against this team, because they do seem like they're pretty strong interiorly. They're strong in every facet. I don't get it. Did I accidentally put everyone at 99 overall? What is happening? Louisville's at 99, everybody else is at 0. Way to go, Louisville. You're ruining the tournament. Oh, they had the ball, but there was a weird little movement that I guess caught the out-of-bounds line. Their offensive rebounding is great. Their defense is great. Their interior on the defensive side is superb. They're running the fast break effectively. Oh, that's actually a joke. Just kidding. They suck. They're the worst team of all time. It's a big three. That's a nice three. I'd like to see New Mexico be able to run those plays a little more effectively. They've tried throughout this game. But it hasn't been consistent in their ability. They haven't been consistent in their ability to get an open look. It's been contested, or it's felt like it's been like a little slow, which has led to a contested situation. A good find, another nice three. It's a good block on the inside by Louisville. 15-point lead here as we work our way through the final 2:30 of this one. Another missed shot. Does feel like there's just so much pressure on these possessions. When they get a miss, you have to come up with something. That's an offensive foul. Oh my goodness. The fix is in. We don't typically see a lot of offensive fouls on the perimeter like that, but of course it's this team that gets the call. They had the weird defensive foul on a play that's usually a turnover or an offensive foul. Or it's usually a turnover. If it's not a turnover, I think more commonly it's an offensive foul. 52-35. Crowd chants warm up the bus as New Mexico takes a timeout. 1:47 remaining here. 52-37 actually feels a little misleading. New Mexico's felt in this game largely like competitive. They did a good job. They didn't get blown out early. I mean, they went down 10-3. That was like obviously not a good start. That's not what you're looking for. However, they did kind of fight back. You look at that stretch, it was 10-3, and then it was 19-11. Oh my goodness. They did a good job at times at putting it together, right? Like, they were competitive. They were kind of step for step for the most part, but Louisville is just too powerful. Their style works perfectly for this game. And they will cruise on into another victory. I don't think they've ever exited earlier than the Elite Eight. But I think they'll have their hands full with a good Texas team who is good interiorly. But it did take Texas a little while to get going, so we could see another blowout. The hook shot is no good. Under a minute. Nice steal inside. Foul with the beeps beeping down. 3.7 to go. Save our words and energy and a hot take analysis for the final game, or the final couple games here. Okay, well, in an unsurprising result, the Louisville Cardinals are moving on, and I, as a host and creative, could not be less happy about that. Louisville moves on. They'll face Texas. I hate the Louisville Cardinals with all of my being. Okay. She is at the T-Bell. T-Bell was the decision. We have South Carolina taking on Oklahoma in game number 7. There they are. The Gamecocks and the Sooners ready to fight their way to the Sweet 16. We got one more big game coming up. Arizona and California. We'll have a couple Final Four picks matching up in the Sweet 16. That's what you want. That's what you're looking for. Maybe just because if Arizona can win and then get to the Elite Eight, that would be like a big matchup. Because it'd be a couple Final Four picks playing with like big implications. But we'll see how it goes. Oklahoma wins the tip in this one. In our quote-unquote meaningless game here of round number, whatever it's called. Round number 5. Day number 5. The round of 32, part 1. I forgot that so Penn State and USC are weird because like University of Southern Carolina, University of South Carolina, USC, University of Southern California. Come on. It's so much the University of Southern California that when I said the University of South, referring to the South, I immediately went Southern. University of South Carolina down by 2. Oklahoma, the Boomer Sooner. That's a nice find inside. An easy basket for PG number 1. It's up, and we are all tied here. Tomorrow we'll be tipping off with Alabama and Florida. We'll have Ohio, Nebraska. East Tennessee State is still in. That's a champion pick. And Baylor is a champion pick. So still a couple of those championship picks alive. Blocked on the inside. Poor shot selection by South Carolina. Good job by Oklahoma to not run out of bounds, but they just gave the ball up anyway, so maybe it would have been better to run out of bounds because you would have been able to set up your defense instead of leading to a fast break. 4-2, South Carolina. Three is up, but it's off the mark. We'll fire it forward. Looking for number 21. Buries the three. South Carolina fell down 2-zip, but they're on a 7-zip run since. Zip, zop, zoop. Zip, zop, zoop. Oh, it's stolen away, but they dive out of bounds into the treasure chest? Trunk? Whatever's down there. Also, Oklahoma has kind of an ugly floor. Like, the court design isn't terrible, obviously, like, nothing to write home about, but so you just saw the concrete on the outside. Stolen away, they dive forward and come up with it. See if we tie the game. They almost look like they were going to run out of bounds and backcourt it. There's a three for Oklahoma, buried, and we have a game of runs here. A 7-0 run for a 5-point lead, a 5-0 run for Oklahoma to tie it up. 3 minutes gone here in half number one. Number 21 bounces it into number one, trying to work his way around. They'll kick it back outside, freed up for a three, and that one splashed home to regain that 3-point lead and break the Oklahoma scoring streak. We'll see if Oklahoma could respond on this possession or perhaps a different possession. Off the iron, no good, a little too strong as he rips it forward. Number 31 on the outside, floats it inside. Number 15 spins around over the outstretched hand of the defender. It's no good. Defensive presence might have forced that shot a little bit high. As we see a bounce pass inside. Jump step, foul on the way up, and the circus shot goes down. Flipped up. Oklahoma at the line to tie. They got it 10-10. Finally a little more consistency from both offenses, I guess. Question mark? Not really. Nice pass inside, but he brings it out to the corner. Looks for a little bit of room. Tried to throw maybe a bit of a no-look pass, which would explain why he didn't see the defender who was right there the whole time. Kicks into the corner, bounce pass inside, flipped up and good. Between two defenders, able to get the shot up and drained. OU a little 5-point run to retake the lead. There's a good bounce pass inside. The defender right on him, but so it looked like they were just wiggling the left stick, hoping that the defender would shake, but stuck on him like glue. And South Carolina, that was a 3-pointer. Knocks it home. Nice bounce pass, but it's blocked. Good defense by Oklahoma to slow up South Carolina's attack. It was going to be hard to get too much of an advantage there on the fast break, but sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. It's a smarter pull in that part, or in that situation. There's a nice shot. A couple steps inside the arc, and South Carolina back out to a little 4-point run. Neither one of these teams inspiring a lot of confidence that they will win in the next round. We don't know who they're going to play. There's a 3 for Oklahoma. Splashed home. But both teams so far in this first half have been a little streaky. Especially you see, some of the games earlier where both teams earlier kind of going back and forth, exchanging the lead. Fouled on the way up, and it'll be a 2-shot foul. First personal, first team foul. And the first, obviously, that makes it the first shots from the line for the University of Southern Carolina. First free throw is good. Second free throw, no good. I actually thought that was going to get rebounded by the Gamecock. They take up so much screen real estate that I was like, well, we're just going to go ahead and gobble that up. Nice kick to the outside. Thought he was going to go for it. Instead, drives inside. Shoots between a bunch of defenders who are collapsing in on him. Forced the miss. I would have liked to see maybe a step up and pop that 3 to try and tie the game. Because the shot, it actually felt like the shot that they ended up with was much worse because of all the defenders in the area. Nice turnover. Nice takeaway for the Oklahoma Sooners. They are just not able to run this play with any efficiency. That you could kind of see if you rewind a little bit. You can see on down toward the baseline on that end of the screen. They were trying to run it, and it was trying to clutter the middle, but the defender, the route was blocked for the offensive player. It's very weird. Defensive foul, South Carolina's ball. Actually kind of looked like the Gamecock got injured there on that play. Pass up the 3 in the corner. Instead, take a very well covered shot. That is bad offense. You want to talk about bad offense? That's bad offense. Both teams kind of rewarding each other with some poor shot selections. That one's blocked, and a good defensive using that out of bounds line as a second defender in that situation. It's a double team that isn't technically a double team. Nice bounce pass to the outside. That one has a couple of defenders on it, but it doesn't matter. Buries the tray. And that will give Oklahoma the lead 20-18 here. Under 2 minutes to go in the first half. They've got him up on off his feet. Fall away 2 is good. All tied at 20. Kind of a quick shot there on the offensive side. Oklahoma doesn't get it. Nice block. Third attempt here for the Oklahoma Sooners. They're going to kick it for 3. It's no good. And finally, South Carolina comes away with a rebound, and they were technically outnumbered. There were 2 in the area. Stolen away. Oklahoma fires it forward. They'll let some teammates get down there and set up a play. And it'll be 2 bounce passes inside. They're going to call an offensive foul. Not really sure. It looked like it was a pretty, standard move, but the Gamecock went to the University of Flops. There's a little jump shot that's missed. At least both teams are cold at the same time. Kind of a benefit for both of them because they can't polish it off on their end. But the opposing team can't polish it off on their end, which means that we're stuck in a 20-20 tie. It's a tough shot in traffic. They'll finally, I think, get a defensive foul call here. is indeed a defensive foul, so go to the line to shoot 2. First one's good. Second free throw is good as well. So, 2-point lead. Out of bounds. Oklahoma will keep possession here. Second defensive foul called on South Carolina. Driving inside, blocked. The final second, they have a chance to get the 3 off. I think that's going to count. I didn't 100% know what the score was. 23-22. A steal off the first possession, and it's jammed home. That is a terrific finish to the first half and start to the second half for Oklahoma. That is some good basketball right there. 25-22, a 5-zip run. And technically South Carolina touched the ball, just not for very long. Oh, the center. I don't know if that's the guy you want taking the shot right there, or the Gamecock you want taking the shot right there. Question why the center's even out at the perimeter. That's a weird no-look spin pass. 360 no-scope got stolen away. South Carolina for 3. Leaves a little bit short, but the offense rebounds it and slams it home. Slams it, jams it, and crams it. 25-24. Oh, nice contact there on the inside. Didn't get the foul called. Made him fight for that. Off the front iron, no good, but South Carolina with another shot. They throw it right into the side of the backboard. The third look at it is finally up and good. Nothing doing on the circus shot that time around. Oklahoma down 1, 26-25. Neither team looking particularly strong here. They're on like the very lowest end of average points there for a half. A lot of turnovers though between the two. 13. Bouncing inside. That's a terrible feed there. That is just a size mismatch. And basically every combination right there got utterly destroyed. They give up a good look at a 3 on the other end, but they do miss. Point guard number 3 brings it up the floor. There's another feed inside. That's better movement there. He's in much better position to be able to execute a play like that. Drive and kick. Blocked inside. Oklahoma really didn't have much of a shot there. The defense was all over it. As this game slows to a scoring crawl. At times it hasn't even felt like it's been good defense. We've had some games here during this tournament where it's very much felt like the defense is just turning right in, or the offense, excuse me, is turning right into where the defense is. And Oklahoma's done that a couple of times here recently, where they keep giving it to a really bad mismatch and they don't like pass out of it, you know? Like you can't throw it to the easily the smallest player on the court in 3-player traffic or 3 defender traffic and expect things to work. If you can find some space, sure. There's a little bit of space. That's a 3 and that's that's drained. Oklahoma back with the lead by 2. They're kind of on pace to repeat what they did in the first half, which is again is kind of average. One of the teams will likely get a bonus, few extra points. With the free throws, so it can look a little weird. We're all knotted up at 30. Wow, deep into the corner. That was a shot decision and a nice little mid-range jumper for the 2-point lead. I mean, it's been a close game, thankfully. This is kind of like simultaneously has been a more competitive but also in some ways a worse game than the last game that we watched. That's a really bad shot selection. The defender is on you. That's out of bounds. It'll go or stay here with Oklahoma. Number 34 floats it inside, stolen away. Kind of a risky area because if you pull it too far toward the baseline, you could step out of bounds, and it didn't matter because they were already already all over it, and the player was kind of too far behind the basket, and it's just like those plays over and over really add up to why we have a 32-32 game. There's been some good defensive stuff here and there. There's a hook shot, that's good. Pretty significant mismatch there. Inside and blocked. 9th block for the center. They're going right back to him. I think that's going to put him in double digits. That was just gobbled up. 21 backs into the corner. Throws it across. It actually got stolen. I thought that was going to make it past. That animation looked really late. That is a fantastic spin move, but unfortunately the center was just all over it. Yet another block. That for sure will give him 10. If he didn't have it already. 13 blocks you can see on the Gamecock stat line. The rebounds heavily favoring South Carolina as well. This was, we had another game that was kind of like this, that was one of the better games that we've had. I think it was the Alabama game, maybe. It's that one stolen away, slides out of bounds because there's just infinite butter on the court. Oklahoma and Marquette. 39-37. I think there was another one that was like pretty close, but also was like really boring. It's like, oh man, you look at it and you would write that down in a notebook of like, hey, here's a top 5 finish. You just go, nope, this game was dull. Just because it had a good finish doesn't mean it was a top 5 game. We've had a couple of top 5 games. We'll see if we actually manage to fill out the rest of them. South Carolina. We'll see a timeout here with 2:40 to go. Bounce pass inside. Oh, nice job to kick it back out. You got that defender who's all over it, been all over it all day. You can't give them extra blocks, more possessions, and fewer times where you are coming away with points. See if at any point he wants to kick it out here. There is a wide open, he's like calling for the ball. His team, oh God. Oh God, they're going to get bailed out by a defensive foul. Oh, that is bad. That is so bad for the South Carolina defense. They had him in the perfect spot. They had the Oklahoma Sooners in the perfect spot. They were going to be able to time it up, try and block it. It probably would have been blocked because there were several defenders there. But just a bad foul. And good for them, though. They respond on the other side, quickly scoring an easy 2 points. Bounce pass in. See if they kick it to the corner. They don't. Instead, they're going to try their luck inside. Out of bounds, it'll stay with Oklahoma. 1:45 to go here. Boomer Sooner down by 2. Number 1, a couple of pump fakes. Drives around and absolutely clobbered. Out of bounds, Oklahoma ball. Not really sure how that was so effectively blocked, but it was. Drives inside, and it's a terrible pass. I mean, just an absolutely horrendous pass. Number 1 gets blocked on the outside in the corner. This is a big opportunity here for this Oklahoma Sooner defense. They have left a Gamecock wide open. 2 quick passes inside, up over the outstretched arm, and it is a timeout, Oklahoma. 4-0 run here for the Gamecocks, and 1:16 remaining in this half. Now, Oklahoma is in a pretty good spot here. I don't even want to say it because they're the team trailing, and this is where they just go into dum-dum hours. I called a foul, but the shot wasn't down yet, so we might actually have a make in a 3-point play. And we're gonna get the double replay. I don't remember this happening. They don't even show the interesting part of the replay. Fantastic. This is good news for Oklahoma, and they get the ball to drop. 105. That shot is good. A soft couple of bounces off the right side of the basket. Oklahoma will take a timeout. They cut into the lead with a 3-point play. They don't need a 3 here. They can trade 2s until they have a good look for 3. They'll fire it up to the 3-point specialist, number 3. See what they want to do here. South Carolina seems like they have a lot of wingspan to work with. They ran out of bounds. They ran out of bounds. All right, well, South Carolina's moving on to the next round. I don't understand what's happening. There's a kick to the corner. No good. Defensive rebound. No timeout. There's a shot. It's off the iron. No good. They're going to have to start fouling immediately. That shot was way too quick. Way too quick. There is like some glitch or something is wrong with this game where they call a timeout and then they just run out of bounds. It doesn't make any sense. So South Carolina, congratulations on your Sweet 16 berth. Oklahoma, not a great run. I'll take another timeout, but it won't matter because they'll just do something stupid. I mean, it is, I don't understand what it is, but it is just straight up dum-dum hours at the end of these games when teams are trailing. It was a shot that was entirely too quick, and then it was just running out of bounds. There's a spin move. Bounce pass into number 34, blocked. And that'll do it. 42. Oops. 42-37. And I think this game might suck. 42-37 your final here. South Carolina is your winner. And I feel like we're just getting robbed by stupidness of fantastic finishes. Yet another game where a team just falters in the worst, most annoying way. So we'll see you next year, Oklahoma. Maybe, I don't know, get good. You colossal morons. Let's move on to our eighth and final game. Our fourth game for this little block. I do like kind of breaking it down into, we'll do this, we'll take a little break, we'll do something else. Do some more. I didn't actually do anything else, but... Bum, bum, bum. Arizona and California. Hey, we have a little Pac-10 action for you. Arizona and California. The Golden Bears and the Wildcats. This is a big game. This could destroy a bracket if Arizona goes down. But what I have been thinking about is actually ranking these teams. Going through alphabetically and figuring out what their record would be in the tournament, their average points, and then sorting them. That way it's maybe a little easier to try and get some points early on. You could chalk it a little bit if you wanted. Yeah. So we have basically 4 regions. Like it'd be like the NCAA tournament. I'd have to make sure it'd be very meticulous about where, everything is, but that way I think it'd be easier to pick Louisville over a team that doesn't perform well. You can kind of separate them. They'd be the clear-cut number 1. You'd have an opportunity for, if you're a champion, you'd be a 1-2, or you'd be a 1-2 or 3 basically. So we'll see. Maybe that's something to dive deep into. There are more than 64 teams. I believe there are 66 or 67 teams that have participated in it because of some of the mascots aren't in some of the later games, so it gets kind of weird there. Arizona blocked on the outside, and no score 45 seconds in. Good defense here. As California brings it up, throws it inside. Dangerously close to the baseline. Bandit, don't worry, I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to run at the baseline later. Into the corner. It'll be a little inside, but it's 2 points, and Arizona on the board first. Quick programming note for those of you watching on Twitch. I'm actually going to go ahead and just end the stream after this. I took a long time getting this ready because I had to do a lot of technical behind-the-scenes stuff. So we'll just call it after this, and we'll probably just do some show tomorrow, maybe. Fouled on the way up. I'll probably try and get started around, if I do baseball 2 to 4 to 8. Maybe 12. I don't know. I got to figure out and see what else is going on. I was hoping to do all of this so that I could not have to stream, but then I had to work on Friday. It's been a disaster, honestly. Arizona with a couple of free throws makes it 4-0. There's a big 3, but it's not accurate. Well off the mark, and then it's not tipped in either. So Arizona back with the ball. The cat and the pirate hat. A couple of shots there pretty close. The second shot looked like it was going to be good, but then just a really weird animation at the absolute last moment. And it's 4-2 now as California comes up the floor and knocks down their first basket of the game. They're running the 3-point specialty play. Number 20 buries it from deep. Speaking of the Pac-10/12. Wow, that sounded like there was some kind of contact, whether it was on the ball or on the arm or what, but flipped up, and it's good. blocked inside. California only down 3 here. They have an opportunity to tie or just cut it down to 1. Almost stolen away, but a pass just outside of the reach. Bouncing inside. Trying to work one-on-one. Oh my goodness. Defensive foul. Yeah, no duh. Just a big old thunk. California comes away with 2 points, but not the way you want to get them. There's a nice bounce pass inside and a block. 5th block already on the interior for the California Golden Bears, mauling the ball. Using the screen, trying to find a little bit of room inside. In between a couple of defenders, it's blocked, and they will take the ball back. What was the 3 is good, or is that a 2? 2 is good. Trying to find 9-8. California responds. Arizona went down to Oregon. Ooh, and Colorado beat Washington State. I think there'll be a lock to make the tournament. That's what I was kind of curious about. Because Arizona is usually like a pretty top team in the Pac-10, Pac-12. And they were, I was looking at one of the, like, locks, bubbles, need some help, not a chance, whatever things. And it was like, Washington State's a lock, and they're one of the 25 best teams in the country. I was like, wow. That's a nice steal by Arizona. A little behind, not much. Not like, just not enough spacing there to go for the fast break. Instead, they'll slow things down and slow it way down because they've hit the glitch spot. So we'll watch them do that. Nice job by California. They are in here, 10-10. Neither team looking good. You talk about like, hey, you're looking at 20 points is average. Anything below is bad. 30 plus is terrific. Both of these teams look not good. I think Cal has done a good job surviving. But they brick that shot, looking for the lead. Arizona working quickly up the floor, but they'll stop just short of the three-point line. It should be an easy bounce pass inside. It's a good defensive rotation. They're going to qualify that as a block to go out of bounds and stay with Arizona. In between a couple of Bear defenders. Spins around just inside the three-point arc. Buries the shot, and it's 12-10. Shot up and good. California responds effectively on the other end of the floor. That'll be a foul as I wrap the table. Arizona misses the first free throw. And misses the second, but the offensive rebound is there. It doesn't matter because California blocks it. It's out of bounds, so it'll stay Arizona ball. But again, just kind of like, that's bad offense. Somehow they got that shot to go. 14-12 now, Arizona. 7 minutes gone here in the first half of our final game. Ready to punch ticket number 8 to the Sweet 16. We'll punch 8 more tickets tomorrow. That's a nice block inside for Arizona. That's a mismatch if you're the California Golden Bears. You can't let that happen. Firing inside. There's the 2 quick passes we've come to love. The center. Destroyed on his way up. Yet another block. And California has so many blocks in this game already, and we are still in the first half. Spins and passes back and works his way around. Trying to drive inside, draws a double team. I don't know how that ball made it to the rim. I have no idea. That looked awful. There were 3 defenders right there. Stolen away by Arizona. They'll work their way back up the floor. As I just check the Twitch stream. Sometimes it looks a little funky in OBS. And thankfully, like, this is like the nicest part about it, is just being able to like look at the recording basically. In a double team. Double team. Sets a screen, but kind of looked like he used his foot as a bathroom there. Under 10 seconds on the shot clock. They're just kind of moving back and forth. Nobody's trying to find a room. There's a deep 3. No good. California comes away with a rebound. We have both teams under 15 points. I think 16 to 23 is like bad, and then anything under that is abysmal. Should you be playing in this tournament? That's a nice putback by the California Golden Bears. This cardigan looks nice today. That's a goaltend. Mascot counts. That was a terrible timing, terribly timed block. Just one pass inside over the Carolina. Arizona defender. We're going to get a points explosion here. What is going on? That's a foul. Like he maybe leaned into him just a little bit. First shot up and good. Second shot drops as well. 2-point lead. Back for Arizona. California will not get the final shot in the half. It doesn't usually matter because they do things like that. It doesn't drop, but they'll get two shots from the free throw line. Second team foul for Arizona, who leads by 2. California. The shot is good. So 18 to 17. We got to try and kick that to the corner. Somehow was able to kind of float that one in there. A nice little finesse basket right there. Arizona probably could have kicked for 3. No. That was a weird pass. It looked like he was actually going to probably get the ball away from the defender. It's a good final possession for the California Golden Bears. They cut the lead down to 1. Oh, and they get the ball to start half number 2. It's almost stolen immediately. He dove for it. It is stolen immediately. He'll have to sit on his butt while he waits for his team to get there. Passes it to number 15, who has it stripped. He comes up with the pass again, and it's buried. What a terrific finish and miserable start for the California Golden Bears between the first half and second half. That's a nice find inside. Hoop is up and good. This is a ridiculous fall-away shot there for Arizona. Just absurd. Neither of these teams looked particularly good offensively, though they did seem to come into some form toward the end of the first half. Threes a little bit short, but a nice rebound by the center. Fights through some contact and drops the bucket. 24-23. It's kind of alternating between a 3-point deficit and a 1-point deficit. That's where you want to be. Just close. Be close as this game moves on. Bears come away with the ball. It's deflected and taken away. A couple of times there's been a deflection or like an attempted steal by Arizona, and California has had what you would think, like the theoretical advantage with who is where on the floor, and they have not been able to come up with those loose balls. And that's unfortunate for them because they had an opportunity to take the lead. They're going to get a defensive foul, the big thunk. Thump. They missed the free throw. Keep that in mind as we work our way through the rest of this game. Oh, tipped. There's a dive. There, they finally get one. That's a nice turnover for California. And that was slammed home. 26-26. 3-zip run for California. Knots it up. A little more action here to start the second half. Easy basket coming for the Wildcats as they were able to slice their way into the lane. Flipped up good. There's a big three for California, well off the mark. Just a pretty miserable shot right there. It's a good job inside by California, who's done a really good job picking up blocks in this game. Arizona might have figured something out. That was a good little spin move to pick up the basket. There's a nice three, but no, or a good look at a three, I should say. They can't get it to go that time either. Arizona, maybe an opportunity here to start putting some distance here in this game. We do unfortunately have an injury here. Oh yes, we get the intensity cam. That actually wasn't that bad. Usually it's like super short. Whoa. It's intense. First free throw left short. So the second free throw, they make the adjustment, and that is good. A drive inside. Absolutely bulldozed that Wildcat out of the way. The basket is up and good. 31-27 now. Back into the free throws. Makes it a 3-point game. California with a little bit of defensive presence in the backcourt. Nice play inside. Thought about the three, but passed it up. Looked like he was going to think about it again, but passed it up again. Number 15, kind of a dangerous pass across the court. Bounced in, trying to drive inside. Spin back around. There's contact on that, no foul, but the shot is good. So it kind of negates the lack of a foul call. If that shot's missed, it's not good for the Cal Golden Bears. You have a back injury update there. That play looked a little slow. I'm a little surprised that shot went down. That's usually the kind of defensive presence that gives trouble. And maybe not in this game. It's a nice find in the middle. You can kick to the quarter for a 3 or just run right into the defender. Your choice. I see you've picked run into the defender. Oh, that's a bad pass. That's not the corner you want to throw to. Throw to the open one. That's a big foul right there. I'll go to the line, shoot 2. Third personal on number 1. We'll see if that comes into play. It usually doesn't, or ever. It doesn't ever come into play. But I like to think that maybe it would one time. That free throw's left short. They get the offensive rebound, and that's a huge 3-point play right there. We've seen a lot of teams today kind of fall apart in the latter stages of latter stages of the second half. California starting to fall apart a little bit sooner. But I don't think Arizona's done a great job at taking advantage and like really pulling this game out. You can, for as much as I complain about Louisville and how much I don't like Louisville and how they're the most miserable team in the world to watch because they always win and get every call and bounce go their way, they do a good job at keeping their foot on the gas and putting games out of reach. They're up by 9 1 minute, and then it's 3 possessions, and it's suddenly a 10-point game. You're like, well, how did that happen? They somehow wedged a 4-point play in there with 2 threes, you know. Arizona's missing some shots. They're not quite as crisp offensively. They're letting California stick around a little bit. On the flip side, California is doing a really bad job at taking advantage of Arizona's missteps. They remain between 6 to 9 points down. You get a foul call there. 2 shots coming at you. Your third personal, 4th team foul for Arizona. As that one bounces in. Second one falls. And it's a 7-point game here. 42-35, little backdoor. Backdoor? Did I say backdoor? Backcourt? What's happening? Arizona, they held on to that ball for such a long time. Let it go at the last possible moment. That'll help push the lead out to 9. Oh, he had him on the inside. Oh, my goodness. I think we might get a double replay. Oh, no, we don't. That didn't make it? That didn't go? That didn't go? Ooh, that seemed weird. I thought that basket was going to drop, but sure didn't. So 3:33. If we're looking at it from the California perspective, as we see a foul called. 4th personal. Okay, do we actually get a foul? I don't know that we've ever gotten a foul out. If we have, it has been exceptionally rare. Keeping in mind that we do 64 games a tournament by 5, which is 320 games or whatever. It's happened maybe once, and I think that would be like an overtime situation, and I'm not confident that it's ever happened. Trapped in the glitch here. You can see the Wildcat dancing around a little bit. Hook shot is up. Hook shot is flush. 45-38. Looking at it from the California perspective, right? You're looking at 2:45 on the clock. By the 2-minute mark, you got to get this down to 2 possessions. And I think California might be able to do a 3, but I think you're kind of looking at more of a 5-point spread. If you can get it to 4, that'd be great. If you can get it to 6, it's kind of But I think 5 is your ideal deficit at about the 2-minute mark. It does not help having you get blocked. It does not help. Block there. That's a good block. That's a good aggression to the basket. So that's a play that we've seen repeatedly in this tournament. And what we have seen is usually a turnover. Sometimes an offensive foul. Rarely a defensive foul. And guess who got the defensive call? It was Louisville. There's a good forced, maybe not a forced miss, but a good miss for California. It's almost time for dum-dum hours here. That shot was blocked. Poor selection there. That's where that mid-range thing can be a little frustrating. If they're right on you, I don't know why you're worrying about it. Another steal. California's done a really good job defensively in the last couple of possessions here. They're still down 8. That's not where you want to be. I would have liked to have seen at least another 2. 6 points is a little on this side, but it's better than 8. There's a little shot, and that drains. They drain that for 2. Do you have one more good defensive stand in you, California? Looks like Arizona's willing to just kind of burn some clock here. Could actually benefit them in the long run, as this game doesn't always have the best logic. But we did see one of the games earlier where it was like, I don't know if that was the best move on your part. Passed up a couple open looks. There's a nice block. Turned over. They're going the other way. He's got the layup. 6-point game. 44.4 to go. Once you get past half court, now you start to foul. Just be careful with who fouls. They're not fouling. Oh, they're only down 4. I thought it was 6. My bad. Bounce pass. I think this is actually okay. They're going to probably start fouling at 25 seconds. And they do. Which makes it the most frustrating where it's like it's a waste. 4th team foul. You're wasting a bunch of time that you're going to just foul anyway. So just foul at the start. Oh, it's stolen. Stolen on the inbound. This is huge for California. Absolutely massive. They have to go a little bit quicker here. They're going to go off the screen. Number 20 kicks it to number 25. They have to get a shot soon. They have to get a shot soon. Oh, you colossal morons. It's idiot time, everybody. They wasted all their time. They're going to end this game down by 2. I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this stupid game. I love the Mascot tournament, but we might need to move to a different installment of it. Sure, I have versions of it that will be fine to use. 50-46, Arizona is the winner. I want to be very clear. I'm not upset that Arizona won. California got exactly what they needed. They intercepted the inbound pass, and then they did absolutely nothing with the ball for 15 seconds. Like, they just, there's no sense of urgency. There is no realization of like, hey, we gotta go. And we need to make baskets so that we can try and win. Kind of a frustrating day as far as some of the endings or the way some of the games ended. You could look at the Syracuse game. The Texas just assaulted them on the inside and just was like, that's our play. They look at this. I showed the shot chart at the end of that game, and you look at them going just like inside. That's it. That's all we're doing. It is 2 quick passes inside. You cannot beat us. And Syracuse just went like, well, guess we're screwed. A couple other not super thrilling endings that felt like they should have been more thrilling. Let's go back up to the top of the... let's actually make sure to reload this page apparently in a good spot so it doesn't put a video over part of the thing that I'm trying to read. What do we have here? Probably another miserable day for me, I'm assuming. Let's see. Oh, what I want to do is open all of these. Give me just a moment. Give you the rundown here as I open 6 tabs. Probably not a great plan, but that's okay. Still runs at a pretty okay CPU percentage, even though I'm opening a bunch of internet tabs. Hey, a reinstallation of Windows was super helpful because it let me just go right back to 0 and then restart everything. Hopefully it looks good, sounds good, everything's all good. Today we had Duke take down Washington by 10, 49-39. Memphis beat Ball State 46-40. Ball State just couldn't figure it out towards the end. That was, I think, the game I was trying to think of where it's just some weird decisions by Memphis. But Ball State was very inconsistent. So maybe it's a good thing that Memphis won. I don't think Duke or Memphis were all that wowing as victors, but we'll see what happens. They will be the first game of the Sweet 16. Duke taking on Memphis. Our next couple matchups, Georgia Tech falls to Connecticut. They end up losing by 12, and then Penn State beats Mississippi State 55-49. Those two will face each other in game 2 of the Sweet 16. The other big game, I should have pointed out that the big game, there were 2 massive games today. Washington and Duke with a champion pick and final 2 pick in it. Duke took that one, which knocked out a champion pick. Texas and Syracuse, same way. Texas is a final 4 pick. Syracuse was my champion pick, and Syracuse lost by 5, 47-42. They were one of the teams that called a timeout and then just ran out of bounds. Unbelievable. Louisville destroyed New Mexico 56-41. There were stretches where New Mexico actually looked pretty okay, but they just couldn't get into enough of a flow offensively. Louisville did a great job and paid off the refs apparently to really make sure that when they were in a flow offensively, they were getting everything that they could. They were good from deep. They had some really nice play design or execution to get somebody free in the paint. As much as it is pretty frustrating to watch Louisville at times because it just seems like everything goes their way, and I'd love to see a different champion, they did play very well. New Mexico is going to get overlooked because they lost by 15, but there were some really solid stretches in there. If they could have just had a little bit more of those, they could have made it a closer game and maybe a more interesting finish. But Texas will play Louisville. I don't think Louisville will be as susceptible as Syracuse was to Texas's. We're going to just throw it inside, but we'll see what happens. That'll be game number 3 of the Sweet 16. Last couple game matchups here. South Carolina 42-37 winners over Oklahoma, and Arizona survives California's stupid hours, and they win 50-46. The end of the games have been so brutal, where it's just like the team that's trailing, it's like, we're entering stupid time now. We're going to make dumb decisions that don't make any sense. We're going to run out of bounds. We're going to throw interceptions. And even if we get things to go our way, like an interception on an inbound pass, we're going to spend 38 seconds making sure that we don't have enough time to actually try and make a comeback. They fall by 4, 50-46. South Carolina and Arizona will be the 4th game of the Sweet 16. Looking forward to tomorrow, we have Alabama and Florida, Ohio, Nebraska, Missouri and Maryland, East Tennessee State and UNLV, UCLA and Arkansas, Temple and Boston College, Villanova and Baylor, Iowa and Ohio State. That'll be tomorrow morning on youtube.com/Seannosaurus Rex. If you're watching this video early, be sure to check twitch.tv/Seannosaurus Rex. See if I'm streaming. This is the plan. This will be the game that I'll be streaming for most of tomorrow. So yeah, check that out. Let's get you caught up on the brackets here. I have all 6 of them loaded up. In first place, we still have Untitled. They took a big hit with a champion pick losing today because Washington fell to Duke. But they are still in first. They got 10 points out of today's game, 66-point score potential. They would have had Washington. Well, wait. Okay. So they got Memphis. They got Connecticut right. They missed Penn State, I guess. They missed Arizona State because Arizona State got eliminated in the first round. So they missed game number 4 of today. They have both Texas and Louisville. And they have Arizona, but they missed on Oklahoma today. And they had Oklahoma going into... they had a Bedlam matchup there in the Elite 8. What am I looking at here? Yeah, they had a Texas-Oklahoma matchup in the Elite 8, but Oklahoma got eliminated today. So a pretty good day for them. They were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3, which is good for a couple of reasons. Like, one, you get double the points, but you also, like, it shows how strong of a first round you had, because you actually have potential to get points there in that thing. Oh, God, I looked at the wrong time. I was like, I've been talking for how long? I'm looking at the correct round, I think. Okay. So, yeah, so they are in first. They've been in first pretty much the whole time. 28 points so far. They have Baylor. Baylor's the big one for them. Gonzaga's gone. Oh, Baylor and Texas are the big 2 left, as Washington and Gonzaga were eliminated for them. Moving on to spot number 2, which is the bitchin' Baylor Baddies. They are sitting with 23 points. They have a score potential of 137. Their big team today was Duke. The big team for them overall is Baylor. Baylor will be playing tomorrow. They have Duke. Obviously, they missed Dayton because Dayton got eliminated. They missed, I'll just tell you what they have. So they correctly predicted Duke. They correctly predicted Penn State. That's a good one for them as well, as Penn State is their next pick into the Elite 8 round as well. Duke, Penn State would be very good for them. They have Texas and Louisville in the Sweet 16. And then they missed the other half of that Sweet 16, like the other half of that region. So there you go. Florida. That's not a team that played. In third place is I'm Going to Win with 21 points, a score potential of 99. But here's the big news for them. They have Louisville at least going to the Final Four, and that could carry them to a victory. They have Memphis in the Sweet 16. They have Penn State in the Sweet 16, Louisville in the Sweet 16, and that was all they got correct today. Moving on to fourth place, Ryan Sucks. 19 points today, picked up 6 points in this round so far. They have a score potential of 87. Alabama's their big one. Syracuse was big for them as well, so that's a big loss. They did correctly predict Memphis and Connecticut into the Sweet 16 as well as Arizona. However, none of those... Oh, Connecticut is the one team that they have moving a little bit further in the tournament. Syracuse is a big loss for them. And yeah, Connecticut feels like a pretty good win when you lose Washington State in the first game of the tournament. In fifth place is Will Win Eventually Maybe, which with 15 points and a score potential of 55. They have one correct pick, and it's the one that they need to keep going, and that is Arizona. That is the only team that they were able to get in this portion of the bracket, because everybody else got eliminated pretty early, which is unfortunate for them. But yeah, rough start for them, and a rough start for myself, who finds myself, I'm back in 6th, everybody. Back in last place, my own tournament. I have a score potential of 56. I got absolutely destroyed in this. Destroyed. God. I have Duke. I got Duke correct, but I don't have them going any further. Syracuse was a huge elimination. Cincinnati was a big elimination for me as well. Yeah, the top half of my bracket is absolutely shot. If Alabama loses tomorrow, I think I'm done. I think my bracket might actually be done. No, I can get Maryland kind of far. Oh, I have Florida, by the way. I need Florida. I have Florida going far. So I have Florida and Maryland are kind of my only hopes. Florida, Maryland, Baylor. God. Awful. Okay. Well, there you go. I'm in last place in my own tournament, and that'll do it. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. I know they're long videos. They're talky videos. They're kind of not dense, but there's a lot there. Each part has been well over 4 hours. So I appreciate it if you hang out for it, or if you just kind of pick a game to watch. I appreciate that as well. Whatever floats your boat, it means a lot to me. I know there's a lot of content on the internet to watch, and if you choose to watch mine, thanks. I appreciate it. If you choose to participate in the bracket stuff, wow, thank you. My hair's been sticking up the entire time. We will have more Mascot action tomorrow. That applies for both Twitch and YouTube. YouTube is going to go up on Monday. Sunday afternoon will be Mascot Madness Part 6. And then Monday we'll be streaming some NFL 2K3. There will likely be some baseball in there somewhere as I configure my schedule and try to get things figured out. So if you're watching on YouTube, it's time to say goodbye. Subscribe right over here on top of the tree and the orange, which is just the best thing that they could have had there. You can watch more Mascot Madness up here. You can check out last night's baseball up there. I appreciate you watching. Subscribe, ring the bell, do all that stuff. Goodbye, good sports, good day.